Senate, because when you've got an agreement, they don't feel bound by the agreement that they had. So again, we're sort of used to this, but I would rather preserve the really 94% of funding where we have agreed, get that taken care of. That shouldn't be subject to this debate or this controversy, and then move on. There's clearly negotiations at the highest level going on the Department of Homeland Security right now. There have been a number of moves by both parties, by the president, by the Senate, to continue this discussion. So obviously we would deal with that at that point. But I don't think we should miss the opportunity of passing into law things we agree on to keep the government shut down. I mean, literally, if we don't act on this, we're going to be back at the point where people that keep our skies safe aren't getting paid, where promised pay raises to air traffic controllers and the Coast Guard don't happen, where we don't have money in reserve for a natural disaster. We have one undergoing right now, where our men and women that protect us overseas wonder whether or not they're going to get paid or their families here are going to be safe. So let's solve the range of problems where we have very substantial bipartisan agreement and negotiation, and then work on this remaining problem.
And Mr. Cole, I agree with you, and I'm hoping that a majority of the folks, when these get to the floor, do agree with you, because you're absolutely right. We need to keep the 94% open, and I'm just sorely disappointed that, I mean, when we left, and the Senate was supposed to come in, that the agreement that was struck was not honored, and it's deeply disappointing, because I know that everybody worked very hard, and we took the votes to make sure that that would happen. So it's unfortunate, but I do think, that at this point, you're right. We need to keep the 94% open and let that bit that's being held hostage, essentially, until they get their way. That we've got the 2 weeks to deal with it, but in the meantime, let's get the other done. Did you want to say something? You looked like at one point you were going to say something.
No.
Okay. All right. Well, then I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Fishbach. Mr. McGovern, you're recognized.
Yeah, well, I don't really want to spend a lot of time on the substance of the bills before us, because I said a lot in my opening statement, but surely you understand why there's so much controversy over all of this. I mean, we have 2 Americans that are dead, shot right before our very eyes, and you had the Secretary of Homeland Security, you had Stephen Miller, and you had Greg Bavino just lie about it, just lie. And so there's a problem here in terms of trust. I mean, I don't trust them at all. And I don't trust this administration. I mean, even in the last few days, the president has been all over the map on responding to the tragedies. I don't trust them to tell me the correct time, never mind to negotiate in good faith on guardrails on ice. So, I mean, that's where the angst is. That's where a lot of the concern from the American people is coming from, is that they're seeing one thing with their own eyes and being told something very different by this administration. And there's, and I guess they can't bring themselves to say they were wrong or that they apologize. And it is chilling. I'm just telling you, it is. I mean, but I appreciate the fact, I appreciate the work that both of you do. I appreciate the work of your staff. I know these are not ordinary times, but I just want to clarify the record, the historical record. Because since you both testified on the funding bills a few weeks ago, I've been reading some of the press coming out of from some of my friends on the other side of the aisle, some of the press releases and the tweets from Republicans saying that regular order has finally been restored for the first time in decades. So one House Republican said, quote, "For the first time in 29 years, the House has passed all appropriations bills. With a 1-seat majority, regular order has returned," end quote. Senator Langford congratulated the Republicans on the Appropriations Committee on this accomplishment, saying, quote, "That's no small feat," and referring to you, Chairman Cole, he's the first appropriations chair to do so since 1997, end quote. But just, and again, I have great respect for both of you, but just I have to ask, is this really the first time since 1997 that the House has passed all 12 appropriation bills? Yes or no?
I have no idea. I'm focused on what's in front of me, which is trying to get these bills
Yeah, but
passed.
just for the record, the correct answer is no. This is not the first time in 29 years the House passed all 12 appropriation bills. The 1997 record that people on your side keep referring to is the last time the Congress passed all the required appropriation bills on time, just so that we're all clear. First, 0 appropriation bills were signed into law on time during the past year. 0. And that is why the government shut down in October and why it is partially shut down right now. And second, Congress regularly passes all 12 appropriation bills. It had done so every year for over a decade. That is until last year. We operated under a year-long continuing resolution for the entirety of fiscal year 2025. Let me put that in context. From October 2024 into November 2025, for 13 months, this Republican majority failed to get a single appropriation bill signed into law. In fact, we've continued to operate under a partial CR until we partially shut down over the weekend. This funding cycle, fiscal year 2026, stands out in 2 notable ways. The first way, speaking of setting records, is that for the first time in 30 years, there have been 2 shutdowns in a single funding cycle. 2 shutdowns. Secondly, members have been notably cut out of the amendment process here at the Rules Committee for fiscal year 2026. Only 3 out of the 12 appropriation bills this fiscal year received a call for amendments. Chair McCall, when you were the Rules Chair during the FY24 cycle, you issued a call for amendments on 11 of the 12 appropriation bills. And during the FY24 cycle, nearly 3 times more appropriation amendments advanced to the House floor than in this cycle. So Republicans may be out here claiming victory on non-existent records, but I think it's important that we understand that this whole process, is abysmal. And I bring this up because truth matters and the facts are the facts. I get it. The administration kind of sets a standard where they can just say whatever the hell they want to say, whether it's based on truth or fact or not. But I think here in this institution, it is important that we not exaggerate or not make things up. And the facts are the facts. And so I say this for the historical record, Madam Chair. And again, I appreciate my colleagues being here, and I yield back.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Mr. Roy, you are recognized.
I thank the chair. Mr. Cole, is it true that the bill in front of us, that is the package of 5 of the appropriations bills plus the 14-day CR for Homeland, is appropriating at a level that is less than our current level of funding?
Correct. If you look at all 12 bills, yes.
Right. So it would yield a result in total, pending the resolution of the full year's Homeland bill, that would be a reduction in spending year over year, putting aside some of the math quirks and how we do accounting, but year over year from 25 to 26.
That's correct. And just for the record, the Homeland bill that this body passed, that the House passed, actually reduced Homeland spending by $600 million. A CR actually restores that since we're continuing the status quo. So, but your point's correct. Yeah, this is the second year in a row that we've effectively spent less money than was projected at the beginning of the year, less money than we did the year before.
Is it also true that we have, again, in general terms, not getting to the dollar to the penny, over the last 3 fiscal years, had spending, discretionary spending, stay relatively flat
That's correct.
for 3 consecutive fiscal years?
That's correct.
Is that a normal occurrence in this town?
No, normally discretionary spending goes up by 3 to 5% a year, sometimes more. And over a 10-year budget window, that's a lot of money. I mean, literally, the savings the last couple of years probably amount to something like $500 billion over a 10-year by just simply holding the line. You let revenue catch up with expenditures. So Yeah, there's no question fiscally, this helps correct the course. But again, and you and I have had this discussion often, the main drivers there are the mandatory spending, entitlement spending, whatever you want to use. That's 70+% of the federal budget. Our appropriated money is only about 26% or so of all federal spending. And actually, the Appropriations Committee historically has done a pretty good job of keeping the numbers intact, and an exceptionally good job over the last 3 years.
And is it not also true, without getting too much in the weeds, because this is about discretionary spending, that last summer we obviously passed the big beautiful bill, as has come to be known, that had a significant amount of reforms with respect to mandatory spending? It's a general matter, correct?
Absolutely true.
My point, generally speaking, here is whatever agreements, disagreements we have, that we have moved the needle, maybe not as far as I would do if I was just the sole decider, maybe farther than some people would choose, but we have moved the needle with respect to the overall spend
That's correct.
of our government.
That's correct.
So the other point that I make, and I'll be mindful of the time that we use here, that I think merits observation, is we're going to have a debate, obviously, over the next 2 weeks when the Homeland Bill expires. But I do want to remind people of the extent to which the men and women in ICE, Americans, people of all backgrounds, all economic backgrounds, they have been keeping dangerous individuals off of the streets of the United States.
Yes, in my view, that's correct.
And we just gloss over the people when you look at the people removed. For example, an individual here with convictions for homicide and robbery, admitted gang member that was removed from the streets of Minnesota, an individual that was involved with rape, an individual that was involved with assault, forgery, and obstruction, and arrest for drug possession, an individual that was involved with sexual assault and driving under the influence, an individual who was a convicted sex offender and convicted of sodomy on a 12-year-old girl, an individual with multiple arrests for driving under the influence, larceny, assault, and making terrorist threats, an individual with aggravated assault with a weapon, larceny, assault, possession of cocaine, and robbery with a gun, an individual with possessions of a weapon and aggravated assault with a gun, an Asian gang member, Asian boys gang member, an individual with fraud, identity theft, and driving under the influence, an individual with driving under the influence, aggravated assault, and weapon assault, and possession of amphetamine. And I could go on and on and on. There's other individuals, multiple counts of credit card fraud, drug possession, controlled substance possession, and drug trafficking, 3 prior convictions for selling amphetamines, as well as convictions for assault, previously arrested for child cruelty and battery. These are individuals, and I'm only touching just the tip of the iceberg of the individuals that these men and women have been engaged in removing from the streets of the United States as a direct consequence of the policies of the previous administration, with wide open borders, putting individuals onto our streets and endangering the people that we represent. So right now what we have in front of us is a bill that will only fund Homeland. It will only fund the men and women that are doing that for 14 days. Now, we'll have a debate over the next 14 days about that, but I want to remind people why there are some people who are frustrated that we worked together on a bipartisan basis to produce legislation that funded all of government, and we passed that out last week, and that would carry forth what needs to be done to be able to secure the homeland of the United States, fund our men and women in uniform in the Department of War, fund the other priorities of government at flat spending. And now we're getting this back, and we're going to reduce homeland spending for 2 weeks. To be clear, I'm going to be fighting like hell to ensure that we've got the resources necessary for the men and women of Border Patrol, ICE, and the other people at Homeland Security to secure this nation against violent criminals that are endangering the people of the United States. That is an absolute hard line in the sand. And we will have that battle over the next 2 weeks. Glad to have it. And we can have the battle over the SAVE Act because, yes, only citizens should vote. And we can have the battle over voter ID because of, yes, you should have voter identification to vote. These are common sense, 80% plus issues that poll highly on a bipartisan basis. So we will have those debates. And the final point I'll make that I will say credit to the House and on a bipartisan note, I am thankful that we included in this bill stopping the absurdity of the Senate getting a $500,000 sue and settle payday by being able to put that provision in there. And we had unanimous vote twice in the House to stop it. So I'm thankful to leadership in both chambers for including that in this bill. And with that, I'll yield back to the chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Roy. Ms. Scanlon, you're recognized. You yield to
Sorry,
Mr.
yield
McGovern?
first to the ranking member.
The gentleman's recognized.
Well, let me say to the gentleman who just spoke, I agree with him in getting rid of the Lindsey Graham earmark, which was a kind of a payola for Lindsey Graham and some of a few senators. So we agree on that. I also agree that all the bad guys should be removed from the United States. But that's where our agreement ends. I mean, I object to 5-year-olds being detained. I object to American citizens being murdered in the street. I object to off-duty police officers being detained because the color of their skin is brown. In Minnesota, a U.S. citizen said ICE took him at gunpoint in his underwear without a warrant in front of his 4-year-old grandchild. I mean, in another instance, a U.S. citizen went on his lunch break and mass federal agents detained him in a chokehold. In Miami, federal agents ripped a woman from her car as she screamed that she was a U.S. citizen. I mean, in California, a U.S. citizen on his way to work at a food bank pulled over to warn federal agents that they should wrap up their stop of another individual before school-aged children gathered for the bus. Moments later, the ICE officer shot him in the back. In Chicago, ICE agents stormed an apartment complex by helicopter as families slept and deployed chemical agents near a public school. I mean, U.S. citizens are carrying their passports out of fear of being detained without cause. There are reports of Native Americans who are U.S. citizens being detained by ICE. 32 people died in ICE custody in 2025. 32, it was ICE's deadliest year in 2 decades. So I'm sorry, that's where we disagree with the gentleman. And I just wanted to say one other thing. I mean, and I'm sorry the gentleman left, but talking about, saving taxpayers, reducing the debt by $500 billion in this package, I'm sorry. I mean, that's laughable when you look at the fact that you added $4 trillion to the debt in the big ugly bill. Now, maybe that kind of funny math works in Texas, but I don't think it works anywhere else in this country. I mean, that's an insult to the American people's intelligence to somehow say that we're being responsible in terms of reducing the debt, when you add $4 trillion to the debt in the big ugly bill. And I thank the gentlelady. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Like you, I will not be voting for this package. From last week to now, nothing on the ground has changed significantly. We cannot give DHS and ICE a blank check in hopes that things will work out in 2 weeks. That approach fails to meet the moment, and it fails to meet the concerns of an overwhelming majority of Americans who want an immediate end to the violence, lawlessness, and chaos caused by ICE across this country. Look, we need look no further than the habeas corpus case involving 5-year-old Liam, the boy in the blue bunny ears hat, who was detained with his father in Minnesota and shipped off to a detention center in Texas. Trump campaigned on a promise that he would deport the worst of the worst. And if that's what were actually happening, I don't think we would be in anything like this position, but that is not what is happening. 5-year-old Liam is a child, a now traumatized child. He is clearly not the worst of the worst, and neither is his father, who was the excuse for detaining Liam as well. His father has no criminal record, either in the United States or in Ecuador, where he came from. He lawfully applied for asylum in this country. He followed all of our rules and laws. He applied through the app provided by Customs and Border Patrol. He followed all the rules. And he was making his appointments here in the U.S. He was working as a construction worker to support his family. They were not public charges. So this is a big, ugly, violent charade that we are seeing out on the streets of America, run by Kristi Noem, Stephen Miller, and President Donald J. Trump. Our colleague from Texas says nothing has changed between when these bills passed and the present time. Well, I think what has changed is the hypocrisy of this administration's detention efforts has been exposed. And I just wanted to cite the court opinion in Little Liam's case. It's very brief, but very powerful. And the court called out that hypocrisy. The court said, and I quote, "This court and others regularly send undocumented people to prison and orders them deported, but do so by proper legal procedures." He said the problem in this case is it has its genesis in the ill-conceived and incompetently implemented government pursuit of daily deportation quotas, apparently, even if it requires traumatizing children. And Madam Chairwoman, I would ask that I seek unanimous consent to introduce into the record the 3-page opinion from the Texas District
Without
Court.
objection, Ms. Scanlon, thank you.
Thank you. Look, even after the shooting deaths and even after exposing what happened to little Liam, whose family did not commit any crimes, ICE is still in Minneapolis. Trump is threatening to send ICE to more cities. On Saturday, ICE agents tear-gassed and pepper-sprayed peaceful labor union marchers in Oregon. ICE agents are still abusing citizens and non-citizens alike. Federal agents are still kidnapping people and children, holding people at gunpoint, citizens and non-citizens alike, and raiding people's houses without warrants. They seem to be becoming even more emboldened to commit these acts rather than backing down, and certainly the administration and Kristi Noem and Stephen Miller are not forcing them to do so. So it's up to us. We've seen ICE collecting data on peaceful protesters, exercising their First Amendment rights, putting them in government databases so they can be harassed. They're abusing people in detention facilities, denying detainees medical care, which has led to avoidable deaths, including one of my constituents. He wasn't one of the 32 people who died in ICE custody last year. He died in ICE custody along with, I think we're up to 6 or 7 now, this year, just a couple weeks ago. I'm not going to vote to give any more money to ICE and to Kristi Noem until we enact concrete laws that can stop the unlawful conduct and violence that ICE is inflicting on America. ICE needs to get out of Minneapolis, no more invasions of city, no more breaking into people's houses, no more arrests without warrants. This week, it's up to Republicans whether the government shuts down. It's their majority. I'm not going to carry their water. We won't be complicit in funding ICE while this utter lawlessness continues. Look, earlier this year, Republicans gave ICE billions in their big, ugly bill. They're not going to be hanging out, with a tin cup on the corner looking for money if this doesn't pass right now. But at the same time, our Republican colleagues wouldn't spend a dime on extending the ACA tax credits. 3 months ago, House Republicans refused to extend those tax credits when they passed the prior package of appropriations bills, but they promised to work on the ACA tax credit issue after that round of appropriations passed. I think the Speaker said he's going to spend the whole first quarter doing that. Well, the tax credits expired, and House Republicans have not advanced a plan to reduce costs for the millions of Americans who now can't afford their health coverage. On Wednesday, just this past Wednesday, I met with the folks who manage enrollment for Pennsylvania's ACA marketplace, and I heard how many people have lost coverage because of Congress's failure to extend the tax credits. I met with a small business owner whose premiums for his family, including 4 kids, have increased from $1,900 to $3,000 a month. They're paying $36,000 a year for health insurance, a $12,000 increase. Small businesses can't absorb that. It's insane. He doesn't think he can afford to keep his coverage, and he's considering dropping it. But House and Senate Republicans don't care. They're not taking up the bill that we did force through the House. So pardon me if I don't trust a deal with ICE and DHS abuses being addressed if we just push these spending bills through, when they still haven't dealt with the ACA tax credit system, which they promised to do after the last push. It's a little bit like Lucy and Charlie Brown. I'm not seeing the football get pulled aside again. Look, they're rushing through these spending bills. They're refusing to end the government-funded violence in our streets, all the while letting working Americans drown in rising health care costs. What does it say about this Congress that it would rather give masked, armed agents billions of dollars while denying health care to working people. We are better than this. I sincerely hope we can find a path forward for the spending bills this week, but until then, I oppose this package. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Scanlon. Mr. Scott, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Cole, I know the Democrats want to focus on immigration and customs enforcement, but this is the whole Department of Homeland Security appropriation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so I know that there was an unfortunate accident off of Massachusetts. U.S. Coast Guard performed the search and rescue mission. Unfortunately, they did not find any survivors. That was just a couple of days ago. I think a week ago, the U.S. Coast Guard icebreaker had to go help a cruise ship that was stranded in the ice. Is that correct?
I don't know those two incidents.
Okay, well,
but that would be
it is correct.
Pretty normal, I'm sure it is.
It is correct. But my point is this: Department of Homeland Security is much bigger than Immigration and Customs Enforcement.
It's absolutely correct.
I mean, they're forcing a continuing resolution on the United States Coast Guard. I mean, that's what they're doing. It's Customs and Border Protection is bigger than ICE. I mean, we know that Democrats want open borders. That's what they had under the Biden administration. They allowed, you know, millions upon millions upon millions of people into this country illegally. We have no idea who is in this country. But aside from immigration and customs enforcement, you've got Customs and Border Protection, which is Border Patrol. You've got the Transportation Security Administration, who does a tremendous number of things. Most people know them as the ones that run security at the airports. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct.
Okay. I've already mentioned the U.S. Coast Guard. You've got the Secret Service that's also under Department of Homeland Security. You've got what's known as CISA, the Critical, Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. You've got FEMA, which is also under Department of Homeland Security. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Citizenship and Immigration, which is not ICE, but does deal with citizenship and immigration. And then you've got the Federal Law Enforcement Training Centers. All of these are under Department of Homeland Security, correct?
Correct.
And when you do the continuing resolution, what does it do to those agencies as well? Does the continuing resolution impact the U.S. Coast Guard?
It certainly does.
I mean, the bottom line is, this is a ridiculous demand from the Democratic Party that we have a continuing resolution for the Department of Homeland Security. The only thing this is better than is a shutdown, but we're going to be right back here in 2 weeks. And I'm sorry that 2 people were shot and killed. I really am. I wish it hadn't happened. It's not lost on me that they happen not just in the same state, but the exact same city. And my understanding right now is that ICE is carrying out operations around the country. ICE isn't just operating in Minneapolis, are they, Mr. Cole?
That's correct.
But the difference is, in other states, even if they are a Democratic-run state and a Democratic-run city, those mayors and those governors are allowing the local law enforcement agencies to do their job. And in Minneapolis and in Minnesota, my understanding is that those local law enforcement agencies have been given orders not to do their job. And while I'm sorry that the gentleman is deceased, the fact of the matter is he should have been arrested and put in jail when he kicked out the taillight of the vehicle that the officers were in. And the Democrats don't want to talk about that. And so I intend to vote for the legislation, Mr. Cole. I think that those of us who want this country to move forward and our economy to move forward will continue to vote yes. My understanding is, and I think this is actually a good thing, that the Homeland Security bill that passed the House of Representatives actually had de-escalation training for immigration and customs enforcement. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And by doing what the Democrats have done, they have stopped the de-escalation training for immigration and customs enforcement. Is that correct?
Correct.
I think that the de-escalation training is important, and I wish they had not stopped it. I wish that the de-escalation training was there. I hope it'll be in the next piece of legislation that we have, as it was the last. And with that, Mr. Cole, I just want the American citizens to know that DHS is much bigger than immigration and customs enforcement, and they are able to operate effectively, more effectively in other states because they have not been given orders by a radical mayor and a radical governor. The local law enforcement and state law enforcement have not been given orders by a radical governor and a radical mayor not to help from the standpoint of what local law enforcement is supposed to do. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield.
Gentleman yields back now. Recognize the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse, for his time of questioning.
I thank the chairman. Chairman Cole, I presume you agree with what the gentleman from Georgia said. This is a red state, blue state issue. That's your?
No, I did not.
Oh, you said radical governors versus governors not complying with the law.
Hang on, stop. It's not a debate between the two members.
I hear you. I'm
Your
asking Mr.
time.
Cole a question.
Yeah, I mean, try not to put words into Mr. Scott's mouth, but at the same time, it's not Mr. Scott's time.
I thank the chairman. How about we do it this way? Mr. Chairman Cole, I want to read you a quote. Quote, I think the death of Americans, what we're seeing on TV, it's causing deep concerns over federal tactics and accountability. Americans don't like what they're seeing right now. You want to take a guess who might have said that?
No.
The governor of Oklahoma, someone I suspect you know well, Governor Stitt, said that on TV a few weeks ago. So this notion that this is purely an issue in Democratic states with Democratic governors or states with Democratic mayors, clearly across the board you have heard over the course of the last several weeks an outcry among the vast majority of Americans who I think are deeply offended at what they see ICE doing in Minneapolis and beyond. Now, with respect to the gentleman from Georgia, because he talked a lot about the various different sub-agencies within the Department of Homeland Security, I will say he expressed more support for some of these sub-agencies within the department than the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. I mean, this sort of is, refrain about FEMA. Secretary Noem has talked about abolishing FEMA. Now we're forced to listen from my colleagues that we must do everything we can to save FEMA from the same people who said nothing when Secretary Noem was discussing abolishing it. Cybersecurity, CISA. The Trump administration has proposed to cut by a third, 1,000 people they're trying to fire at the cybersecurity division. And I'm supposed to take at face value statements from my colleagues that it's outrageous that we would have a continuing resolution for the Department of Homeland Security and the cybersecurity division, that would put them in a tough spot. I think you ought to be complaining to the Secretary of Homeland Security, the Trump administration, not to your Democratic colleagues. I will also say, I wish my colleague from Texas were here, Mr. Roy, and I trust my good friend from Georgia can perhaps relay this to him. Because to hear him somehow tout this bill as an example, as a paragon of fiscal responsibility, is too much to bear, having listened to him on this committee every week for the better part of the last 3 years. Let me read you from the Cato Institute what they say about this bill. Last week, the proposed $1.7 trillion discretionary budget represents a $24 billion increase compared to fiscal year 2025 levels. It is $50 billion above the 2023 Fiscal Responsibility Act's non-binding budget targets, which we, of course, played a part in negotiating, as you all will remember, just a few short years ago. And by the way, this doesn't include the $300 billion that Republicans allocated to the Department of Homeland Security, specifically ICE, and the Defense Department last year in the OBBA. So, you all may have your reasons as to why you think that these bills deserve to be passed. I certainly don't. But fiscal responsibility cannot be one of the reasons. Just full stop. The empirical evidence makes that very clear. Fiscal year 2026 will mark the first year since the passage of the Fiscal Responsibility Act of 2023 that Congress will not have statutorily binding spending caps. So spare us talk of fiscal responsibility when this bill ignores that entirely. To say nothing of, by the way, the discussion around earmarks, and this is not meant for the chairman or the ranking member of the Appropriations Committee. It's meant more for my colleague from South Carolina and in absentia, who, has, again, railed about earmarks every meeting that I've attended, and I guess is prepared to vote on a bill that includes every earmark one could conceive of. $1 million for the elevator repair at New York City's Met Opera. I look forward to understanding how the gentleman from South Carolina, again, talk about paragon of fiscal responsibility, how he justifies that vote for his constituents. In any event, the question that I would like to ask of the chairman and the ranking member relates to, of course, the Department of Homeland Security, because the background, the backstory, of course, with respect to the bill that we're considering today, is in the context of what's happening across the country and the serious objections that you've heard from colleagues on my side of the aisle, myself included, and why I'll be voting against this bill when it comes to the floor tomorrow, if it gets there. Mr. Cole, I wonder, you've heard, I'm sure, from many Democratic colleagues of yours about our belief that Secretary Noem should be impeached. And I wonder if you agree with that, or what you think of impeachment.
I'm not going to speculate on something that hasn't happened, no, I don't agree with that, but if you want to have impeachment, go right ahead. You have the ability to offer a motion to that deal, but that's really not what we're here to discuss.
We're here to discuss
the appropriations process.
I hear you, but
and funding the rest of the government, most of which is unfunded right now. I mean, right now, we are not paying men and women to defend it. We're not paying the air traffic controllers that brought us all here that flew safely. We're not paying the TSA. We're not funding the government. These other things are important, and I think the Senate, I don't agree with what they did, but they said, okay, let's set aside 2 weeks here and only fund this for 2 weeks. The rest of this stuff is really, honestly, extraordinarily important to the country.
Our objections.
What this bill does is keep funding that.
I hear you.
And then leave open this other
You
area where
made a
people
very
have
impassioned
concerns.
case on that, and I think you answered my question. As you heard from the ranking member, as you heard from Ms. Scanlon, and I echo their sentiments, there is a complete lack of trust and a loss of trust with respect to what the Trump administration is doing. There are many of us who will not support the appropriation that, whether it's a continuing resolution or the proposed budget that the House passed last week that we all voted against, and many of us who believe that there must be a change in leadership and that Secretary Noem should be the subject of impeachment proceedings. It sounds like you disagree on that latter point. You don't think she should be
I'm gonna
impeached?
talk about appropriations bills, not impeachment. That is not the subject in front of us right here. That's not got anything to do with any of the bills we're working on. Simply trying to fund the government.
That sounds like a maybe.
Look, if you want to have a theatrical debate.
It's not a
about
theatrical debate.
Yes, it is, because it doesn't have anything to do with any of this legislation.
It has everything to
It
do with
has
the Department of Homeland
zero.
Security's budget.
If you want to talk about the Homeland Security budget, I'm happy to talk about the budget. It's not an impeachment issue, it's a budgetary issue. And what's proposed.
Is that right?
Is a 2-week, yes, it is.
Okay, let me explain why I think that view is misplaced. Secretary Noem has unlawfully impounded funds in violation of the Impoundment Control Act, right? That relates to the budget that the House and the Senate are passing for the department to implement. She has violated the law. That's not a question. I'll finish it. I'll give you an
We're
opportunity.
passing a continuing resolution.
I'll give you an opportunity.
For 2 weeks, okay. I'm
So
sorry.
your question was, how does the impeachment of Secretary Noem or impeachment proceedings against her concern the Department of Homeland Security budget? And my answer to you is that she has violated the law, in my view, and in the view of many others, in a number of ways as it relates to the money that has been appropriated to her agency. That has included unlawfully impounding funds. That has included obstructing congressional oversight in violation of riders that have been passed in this appropriations bill previously. The record is replete with these examples. That's why I ask you about it. And it's not a gotcha. You answered it. You said you don't agree with it, or you don't think that she should be
You
impeached.
want to
So
bring
that's
an
your view.
impeachment resolution, by all means, do so.
And the reason I ask, as you could probably imagine, is that I didn't hear the same reticence from my Republican colleagues, including you, Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, a year and a half ago, when all of you seemed very, very eager to impeach Secretary Mayorkas. I'm sure you recall your vote to impeach him, yes?
I certainly did.
Yeah, there was a mad rush on your side of the aisle to impeach Secretary Mayorkas. I didn't hear anybody at the time say that that was an inappropriate use of the time within the House or the ability of members to be able to pursue it. And it sounds like,
I said it didn't have anything to do with an appropriations bill. That didn't have anything to do with an appropriations bill. That was some measure put in front of me. I voted on it. I don't think you'll find I spoke on it or that it was but comes to the floor of the House, you got an obligation to cast a vote. That's appropriate. All I'm saying is I'm here to talk about appropriations. That's what's in front of us. And it's not the package I would have preferred. It's the package that came over from the United States Senate. I still think passing it is better than not passing it. You and I obviously disagree on that. Fair enough.
I appreciate that. Well, I'll certainly agree with you on that last sentiment, which is that you and I disagree on it. There's no, in my view, basis to continue supporting the lawlessness that the agency, ICE in particular, has been perpetrating against the American people in the context of this appropriations bill, and I'll be voting no on that basis. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Jack.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is to Chairman Cole. Building upon what my colleague from Georgia mentioned, I mean, this is not just a vote to fund the Coast Guard, to fund FEMA, to fund TSA. There are also quite a few other measures within this legislation we're seeking to fund. So if you could, in the inverse, explain to the committee and explain to all those watching, a no vote on these Senate amendments to H.R. 7148 equals what?
Well, it equals voting no to 94% of funding the government. So, you know, as important as Homeland Security and that agency is, and the discussion is, I'm not diminishing that, is it really appropriate not to pay anybody that wears the uniform of the United States that's defending us right now? I don't think that is. Is it appropriate not to fund research at the NIH on cancer and Alzheimer's or people in clinical trials? I don't think that is. Is it appropriate not to provide services to the American people that those of us that are most vulnerable need? Look, this is a huge swath of federal government. This is like, you know, taking a sledgehammer to try and get a fly. I mean, I'm not saying the fly is not important. I'm saying this is about funding essentially almost the entire government of the United States, which we are not doing now. The Senate has acted. It's now up to the House to act. Is this what I would have proposed? No. Is this what my colleague, the ranking member? No. We disagree on a lot of things. Is this the approach I would have taken to the Department of Homeland? No. But I would rather fund everything. I mean, you know, look, there are federal employees in every district in America. They ought to get paid for the work they're doing. They are doing important jobs for the country. Why would we shut down every safety agency? Why would we ask air traffic controllers to keep working without getting paid? Why should we ask scientists that are doing important research? I mean, it is, you know, inappropriate, in my view, not to fund the government. Most of the issues we're talking about, honestly, aren't appropriations issues. You can deal with them in judiciary. You can deal with them in the committees of jurisdiction. Part of the problem the appropriations process has is that everybody tries to put things on it that don't have much to do with it. So, again, you want to impeach somebody? Fine, file an impeachment resolution. We have a process to deal with that, not dealt with in the appropriations bill. So, again, I'm not going to go home to tell my people that are working hard at Tinker Air Force Base to keep 50 and 60-year-old airplanes flying in combat conditions they shouldn't get paid because Congress is having a fight over something that's totally unrelated to what they do, which is critically important. I'm not going to look at a young service family and tell them, I'm sorry, you've got a 6-year-old in daycare. We're not sure whether or not we can pay you to do. I'm just not going to do that. This is not what I would have preferred, but I'm going to vote to fund the government of the United States, and then let us resolve these other issues through negotiation, through legislation, through adjudication if you need to. But shutting down the government is not a good thing to do. And it endangers and harms people who have done absolutely nothing wrong. And it puts the American people at risk. They may even agree with you about the issues you're concerned about in ICE or Homeland Security. Fair, but I bet you they don't agree that the military shouldn't get paid. I don't think anybody in America believes that, or very few people do. And I think they would think you were reckless in running that kind of a risk. And I don't think, people, again, that are simply doing their job, 99.9% of whom work hard, play by the rules, have discharged the things we asked them to do, shouldn't get paid, or the vital research. So it's just, to me, the remedy is out of proportion to the problem that my friends have. And if you want to shut down the government for the second time in 3 months, you have the ability to do that. I guess the Senate chose not to do that. They chose a different course, not the one I would have chosen. But at least they looked at what we did together with the Senate and said 5 out of 6 of these things we're okay with. Let's get that done. Let's put a 2-week limit on this other and continue this debate and discussion. I would have preferred a longer period of time, but I don't know how they ended up with 2 weeks, but that's where they're at. And so right now, the government of the United States, not this Capitol complex, because we did fund the leg branch, we have funded we have a number of bills in place, but about, over 70% of the government is unfunded, and people are doing important things for the American people and not getting paid. And they don't have anything to do with what's going on in Minneapolis one way or the other. So, I grew up in a military family. I grew up with a father that was a military defense worker. After that, had a brother that followed the same course. They worked hard. They played by the rules. They deserve to get paid for what they do when they were doing it. I think the same thing about folks now. You want to have these arguments, discussions, you want to change things, but you don't shut down the government of the United States and freeze everything because you're upset about something that's happened. You deal with that problem within the context of that. You don't shut down the government. But again, people have a vote. They're entitled to do it. And the Senate chose this thing. It's not what I would have preferred, but I think it's better than shutting down the government.
Well, that is very, very well put, Mr. Chairman, and I think that's what everyone should consider when voting on this after we report out the rule tomorrow. With that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jack. Ms. Leisure-Fernandez, you're recognized.
Hello, Madam Chair, and hello, Chairman and Ranking Member. It's interesting because the other side of the aisle seems to be making the case of why we should restructure Homeland Security, because it's got a lot of different pieces in there that don't make sense together. And so, we should take that up. I'm not sure that we would be able to do that right now in these circumstances, but where we're at right now is that when we were last here, the ranking member and Democrats, together with Republicans, have said, listen, there is so much controversy around Homeland Security, let's separate it out. So we had a vote on the 2 different bills. But it's Republicans who put them back together and sent them over. So
No,
there's
that's
a creation.
If I may, that's actually not quite accurate. The Senate asked for these bills to be put together. That's part of the negotiation. So, yeah, did Republicans put them back together? That was the request of the Senate. And that was the request specifically of my Democratic colleague, Senator Murray. We want all 6 bills together. You wanted it differently in the House, and we accommodated that. The Senate asked for what it got. So please don't blame that on Republicans. Blame it on the Senate, collectively on both sides, But that was the request we got. So, sorry, we sent them what they asked for in the form that they asked for.
So,
and then they made a decision to change it, which they have the right to do. And
what
they've
we
sent
have,
it
Chairman,
back.
is we have a problem right now because there was support for funding the other agencies, and we talked about the good work. In fact, you were here last time, and we talked about some of the problems. And in fact, I asked you, do you think it's all right that they are arresting Native Americans for immigration offenses and putting them in detention? And you agreed that that's not an okay thing.
Of course not.
That's not okay. And wouldn't you also agree that it's not all right for them to be arresting any American citizens? In fact, Latinos often look like Native Americans, and that's probably why those Native Americans were arrested, because have darker skin, right?
I have no idea.
You have no idea. But it's not all right to arrest any
No,
citizens for
of course
immigration.
not.
And I think that that's the problem, is it's not all right, and they keep doing that. And when they do that, it's a violation of the 14th Amendment. It's a violation of our basic principles of what it means to be a citizen of the United States, is we should not have ICE going around and arresting hundreds. It's over 200 by now, because the last document we have, it was 170, and that was several months ago. But the other thing that they're doing is they're arresting and pulling people into custody, and then the courts are having to throw them out. 2,300 documented court cases where they are saying you are violating people's due process rights. 2,300. These are court cases. This isn't us lefties or whatever they want to call us. We believe in due process. I would assume you believe in due process as well.
Of course I do,
Okay.
although not really dealt with normally in an appropriations bill. We have all kinds of committees, we have all kinds of legislation. Our legislation is about funding the government.
Right. And when we fund the
did that
government,
in the House. We sent it to the Senate in the way the Senate asked for it to be sent. That's not a legal matter, it's a procedural issue. Nobody's rights are violated by that. We had an agreement with what they would do. They broke that agreement. They have the right to do that. And they've now sent it back to us in another form. So to me, the real question is, do you want to keep the focus on Homeland, which this clearly does, because it's, as my friend, the ranking member, said, about 10 days of funding. That's all that's in here for Homeland. If you want to vote against it, by all means, go ahead. Then there's the funding for the rest of the government, which was negotiated in a bipartisan fashion, and which was agreed upon by, and honestly, majorities of both parties voted for those funding bills. And now you've got exactly the same thing in front of you, the same thing that a majority of your party voted for and a majority of my party voted for. Why shouldn't that get funded? You want to deal with Homeland separately? That's what the Senate has decided to do. They sent it to you separately. But they put it all in one package. They didn't do what we did in the House and separate it out. They could have sent us over five bills. They could have sent us over 5 bills and then sent this as a separate package. I don't know why they decided not to do that, but I'm not willing to jeopardize the entire funding of the rest of the government and not pay military families and not pay federal workers and not pay safety workers and not fund FEMA in the middle of a disaster. I'm not willing to do that because I'm mad about this. If other people are, they have every right to do that. But that's the issue in front of us now.
So, Ranking Member, I think that part of what we're struggling here in this conversation is that this is a bill that will fund Homeland Security. It will fund CBP and ICE. And the idea that we could not ask anything, that we can send over a check and say, but you don't have to do anything. I think that is, I can't see how that works. For example, last week, or last time you were here, we talked about body cameras, right? There's money in there, but there's no requirement that they be turned on, that they be kept on, and that the footage be available to law enforcement, local as well as federal. That's something that could get included in a funding package. Am I right, Ranking Member?
You're right, but let me just, I'm going to say a couple things, because questions haven't been directed to me, so I'm going to take this opportunity to say something. First of all, with the structure and the organization of the Department of Homeland Security. I was appointed to the committee that examined that effort many, many, many years ago. And I voted no, particularly because Coast Guard, FEMA, and other pieces were included in that. This was a conglomerate that people rushed to vote for. And my view, a mistake because of those things there. If my colleague, Mr. McGovern, were here, yeah, I passed all 12 bills when I was chair of this, of the Appropriations Committee. I also wanted to say to Mr. Roy, $4.5 trillion cuts that biggest cut for the wealthiest and for the biggest corporations. Give us a break on fiscal responsibility. Kristi Noem, let me be clear, because I have colleagues who asked me this. I said she should be fired, she would resign. If that now was the case, then we could bring impeachment proceedings. So that's where I am on that. Now, we tried to put in guardrails in the House Homeland Security bill. I have a list of them. I won't go through it, but many of the things that have been out there and we've discussed. Citizens, warrants, body cameras, requirements, etc. That was rejected. And that was what 207 of those, and I'll speak by myself and not everybody else. I said, as I said in my opening remarks, I don't think it took into consideration what we need to be doing with regard to ICE. With what we have here, is 5 bills. I have to repeat this, 5 bills. And this is information that I have distributed. Increases the National Institutes of Health. It has state opioid response grants. It has child care and Head Start. It talks about power of the purse, where we got some of that back. And on a bipartisan basis, overwhelming numbers. We rejected the Trump administration's efforts to dismantle the Department of Education. Rental assistance is in there. Homeless assistance is in there. Funding to expand air traffic controllers, personnel. 3.8% for military personnel. Bipartisan basis, we said yes, no. We came to a conclusion. Did we get everything we wanted? Hell no. Did the Republicans get everything they wanted? Hell no. And that's the 5 bills that are there. Look, I've never wanted to run for the United States Senate, okay? I've been asked in the past, why would I want to go to the other side, to what I call the dark side, you know, where rarely anything gets completed, etc. They came back and they took this thing. And look, we talked about disassociating the two pieces so you could have that strength of your feeling about 5 bills, and you could have the strength of feeling about the Department of Homeland Security bill. And it is as it was currently structured, and which is something that I am not for. However, what I am for is for the 5 bills that we have passed. And this comes with it's not 2 weeks anymore. It was the 2 weeks. You're now, if this votes on the 3rd, you go to the 13th, it's 10 days. There is not a dime of increase in there for Homeland. It is a continuing resolution. And therefore, it is the same. I want the opportunity in those 10 days to talk about what we want to do in reforming ICE, and it is, and that's there. And I will lay out the same things that we've been talking about. You cannot detain American citizens or deport them. You have to have warrants for people's arrest. You have to require body cameras for people. We have to have an oversight capacity of an agency, which I said in my outset is lawless and is a rogue agency, the way it's currently constructed. Does it need to be reformed? Amen, it does. I'll take those 10 days and see what we can get. And at the end of those 10 days, if we can't decide to go with it, then it's a no vote. And Department of Homeland Security is shuttered, but not Labor HHS, not Department of Transportation and HUD, not Defense, not State, not the other 5 bills. because they're good bills with good things for the people that we care about. And I'll fight for those democratic priorities every day of the week and fight against a lawless and a rogue agency that is taking this country, turning it around, and pitting one person against another and killing American citizens in our streets. We have to change that. We have an opportunity. Without it, we will not have an opportunity.
But part of my problem is I keep hearing Republicans say, oh, we can't do that. Oh, we can't put that in appropriations. We can absolutely put it in appropriations, because if we're not going to demand that when they violate the Constitution, Chairman, they said that you cannot, that it's all right to kill somebody because they were carrying a gun, lawfully carrying a gun. And when he was shot down, he was already down, and when he was shot, that gun was no longer in his possession. Do you agree with the idea that you can get shot because you're lawfully carrying a gun?
Of course not.
Right,
I don't
so
think
that's a
any
violation?
American agrees with that.
Of course not. But how do you enforce that? That's the problem. They're violating the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the 14th Amendment.
And probably be court cases on this. That's normally how you punish people that break the law. You punish them individually. You don't normally shut down the government of the United States because somebody did something wrong.
Ms.
People do
Ledger
stuff
Fernandez.
wrong all the time.
But
you don't shut down the entire government. And you certainly don't shut down areas where you have negotiated in good faith and have bipartisan,
We're not
bicameral
talking about
agreement.
this. I'm
So if
talking
you want
about
to have
ICE.
this thing, again, I wish the Senate had sent it back separately. They chose. We accommodated them. We accommodated your Democratic colleagues in the Senate. That's what they wanted. That's
But what
what
I'm
they
talking
asked
about,
for.
what can we do?
accommodated your
What can we
Democratic
do?
colleagues
And you keep
in the
saying we can't
House
do that in
because you
appropriations.
wanted a
We
separate-
absolutely
You
can do
wanted
that in
a separate
appropriations.
vote on it,
Ms.
and we
Ledger
gave you that.
Fernandez.
It was Republicans and Democrats in the
So,
Senate.
so I think that this is the
Exactly.
Madam Chair.
Republicans.
Republicans and Democrats, but it was specifically a
No,
Democratic.
don't talk over each other, please. We've been doing very well, but
We're
let's
pretty
not talk
passionate.
over each other.
I
I know.
apologize.
This is the Rosa DeLauro we've known to come and love. No. So,
I will wrap
Ms.
up.
Ledger Fernandez, would you wind it up,
Yeah,
please?
I'll wrap it up, but I think that the frustration you are hearing us say is that we are hearing, including from the chairman, these don't belong in appropriations, and my God, if we are funding it, where else do they belong? And especially when you keep violating every single piece of this Constitution, and in 2026 alone, ICE has violated 96 court orders. So, Mr. Chairman, saying this could go through a court isn't working. We need to put it in the language of the bill, and we can. We need to make it enforceable. We need to have accountability, and none of that exists right now. And that's the frustration that Americans are feeling, because Trump is going down on this. Americans don't like what happens. They don't like seeing people gunned down in the street. They don't like the idea that, it's about retribution and revenge. You're going into Maine? My God. Really, Oklahoma has more immigrants than Maine does,
Ms. Ledger
right?
Fernandez.
And the
I don't know
retribution
what the
doesn't make any
population
sense.
of Maine is, but we're certainly proud to have a healthy immigration community in our state.
But they're going into Maine because it's a Democratic state, and they're not going into Oklahoma because it's a Republican state, because that's what Trump has said, is he's going to
Well,
have
actually,
revenge and
that's not
retribution.
correct. I mean, I was with one of my county sheriffs over the break, and there were ICE operations in Oklahoma. He said, the difference is we cooperate with them here, we work well together. So we haven't had the same experience.
That's
But,
not right.
but saying there's not an ICE presence in Oklahoma, I can tell you it's just not true. There is.
There aren't any surges going on in Democratic states. And Madam Chair, with that, I yield back.
Thank you,
I
Ms.
mean, in
Ledger.
Republican states, there's no surges going on in Republican states, and that tells you everything.
Thank you, Ms. Ledger Fernandez. Mr. Griffith, you're recognized.
I don't have any questions, Madam Chair.
God bless you.
Thank you.
Many thanks.
Mr. Norman, you're recognized.
I'll be brief. I think everything's been talked about. You know, what does get me, though, is the left continues to demagogue what happened, the ICE agents, and encourage assaults on police. Yet they stood beside a president who let 15 to 20 million illegals in this country. They stood beside it. They stood behind the children who were left to dry with sex trafficking, didn't say one word about what was happening by the Biden administration that President Trump is trying now to cure. That's what the ICE agents are doing. They're not talking about the 8,000 assault on ICE agents. They're not talking about the young man who unfortunately was killed, but he kicked out a car, a tail light in a car. He should have been arrested, but they let him go with the lax rules as a sanctuary city has. It's so hypocritical. But, Mr. Cole, you've been around a long time. What's going to happen in 10 days?
I don't think we know. I mean, I think there'll be a serious negotiation. My guess is there'll probably be an extension. I don't think it'll get settled in 10 days, but, I'd love to be wrong about that. And we'll probably be up here with some other short-term CR. What I do, and I agree very much with the ranking member on this, I don't see why the rest of government has to be held hostage to this dispute. I don't see why the military needs to be threatened. I don't see why the NIH needs to be threatened. I don't see why the Department of Education needs to be threatened. I don't see why, as my friend pointed out, rent assistance needs to be threatened. So I don't think those people have much to do with this dispute. And if we have to have this, we'll see. I also think, everybody here has commented, and I actually agree with my friend, the ranking member. I wasn't here when Homeland Security was created, but I've seen it as a very ungainly agency with 23 different components, if I remember the number correctly. And I don't think, probably there needs to be, the authorizing committees need to do some pretty serious work and redesign. Again, we don't do that in our committee. That's not our job. Congress has created this entity. Our job is to fund it. We try to arrive at what we think the appropriate level is. We try to put in guardrails. We agree sometimes we don't agree, whatever. But the point is, we worked it out and got it done. The Senate broke the agreement. They may feel justified in doing that. They certainly have the ability to do that. So we now have a situation, because they did not do what they agreed to, and because they did not accept the bill in the form that they asked for it in, it's now been kicked back to us with a huge government shutdown underway. And I think we ought to stop that. Most of these areas we agree on, or we've come to an agreement. We ought to take those aside the way any normal people would be and say, I'm not going to punish the American military because I'm mad at something ICE is doing. I'm not going to disrupt clinical trials at the NIH because I'm going to, these areas we agree, we've come to, let's do that, keep focused on this, and we'll keep working it. But again, a lot of these problems, as my friend suggests, I think are, some of them need to be in court. They don't need to be fought out in a legislative arena. If somebody did something wrong in a case, if a law enforcement official did something wrong, then they need to go be punished and be a trial and be adjudicated, I should say. So I think exploding these things up and derailing the entire government is irrational. I don't think it, is going to work. I thought it was irrational when Republicans did it over Obamacare, as if the whole rest of the government was about Obamacare. It wasn't. This is the same thing here. So we ought to take the areas we can agree on, take those off the table. They're done until September 30th. Let us get about our work for that, sort this other issue out, and go from there. But my guess would be, to get back to my friend's question, I would be surprised if this is solved in 10 days. I would be enormously pleased, but I would be surprised. I would not be surprised to see us back here with some short-term thing. But let us get most of government done and get back to thinking about next year as well. And, some of the authorization committees, it would be really nice if they just authorized. They just did their work. I can show you a committee. The only authorization committee around here that gives us an authorization bill every year is the House Armed Services Committee. It doesn't matter if it's Democrat or Republican controlled, they produce a bill that covers everything they spend. No other committee comes close.
not remotely close. So if they want to restructure these agencies and change, there's plenty of work to do, they can get right at it.
I think the preview of coming attractions will be the next 10 days. Will be demagogue and Christie Nome, demagogue and ICE agents calling for prisoners to get cut loose, calling for ICE agents to be assaulted. I think that will be a preview of coming attractions. And when they don't totally dismantle ICE, I think they'll vote against it. They're willing to shut the government down. It's all I can do. I'm against giving them 10 days. Let's call their bluff. I think the last time they shut the government down for 43 days, how did that work out? Not too good. It didn't work out too good for them. They know that.
How did it work out for the American people for 43 days? Not very damn good.
No.
How did it work out for families that didn't make mortgage payments that they owed because of the employed person in the family for the federal government didn't get paid? But by God, we expect you to come to work. We expect to be able to fly in and pontificate while you don't get paid. Your car payment doesn't get paid, your rent doesn't get paid, and you worry about your family. That's a real adult. So, I mean, we've got substantial agreement here. People can vote how they want to. I'm for getting those things done, like my friend, the ranking member. We can continue to work on this other deal. But, you tell me how it's logical to shut down the entire government of the United States, jeopardize millions of paychecks, not just public paychecks, but private too, because we do business with a lot of private business. And that's because we're upset about one thing over here, which we can deal with and have the instruments to deal with. But, again, we live in a superheated, super polarized age, but I don't think it's a logical response to the problem in front.
Well, you hit it on the head. It's not fair for the American people. The SNAP benefits that were denied during those 43 days in South Carolina, those people suffered for that. As Mr. Scott brought up, the Homeland Security is more than just ICE. They want to dismantle ICE. It's not going to happen. There is a strong contingency and growing. The minute they start all these outlandish demands, it's not going to happen. I'll reluctantly vote for. Do you want me to finish? I will reluctantly vote for the rule and give them the stupid 10 days, and let's see how it plays out. It's going to get shut down. Let them bear the consequences. And I think they will, as they did before. So, but thank you for your hard work, for both of you, for your hard work. We just have a total disagreement of what service is in this country and what leverage you'll use. For them, it's one word, power. And thank God the 77 million people aren't going to give it to them. I yield back.
Madam Chair,
Mr. McGovern.
just for the record, SNAP benefits were withheld notwithstanding the fact that the money was there to pay for them. That was decided by the President of the
With all
United
due
States.
respect, there wasn't enough money for the month.
Yeah, well, there's more than enough, there was more than enough money to not stop that.
Okay, Mr. McGovern.
No,
That's okay.
but I just want that was the first time in history that ever happened.
Well, but with all due respect, the president went to the Supreme Court to deprive
Right.
people of food.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
okay.
That's how cruel he is.
Let's stick to the subject matter. Okay. Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Thank you, Mr. Norman. I want to thank the chairman and the ranking member for coming today. I really, really appreciate the chairman setting the record straight on why we are here today and talking about the other body. And I almost wanted to cheer when the ranking member made her comments. I was not in Congress when Homeland Security was established either, Mr. Chairman, but I do remember the debates that went on in the country about this being a very ungainly, I think was the word you used, and it's a good word, of putting these disparate agencies together. And if anything good comes out of what's happening, although I think other good will come out of what's happened in Minnesota, I do expect other good things to happen. It really would be nice if we could look again at the composition of this committee and say, why are these things all put together here? It really is a very very confusing issue, and I hope it will spur the American people to do a little understanding of where we are in the country with this various agencies put within this one committee. It does make it very difficult, I think, to administer it. And maybe it's time for us to look at a way to make some changes. And I hope long-term that's what happens. But I want to thank you all again. We didn't expect to be back here when we sent those bills over to the Senate. I thank you for the good work you've done. You've emphasized over and over again that these bills came to us as a result of the hard work of the subcommittee members. And as Ms. DeLauro said, it's nobody's perfect bill. These bills are nobody's perfect bill, but we live where we have to compromise. And I appreciate the good work that you all have done, and I'd like to get this process behind us so you can get started on next year's process, and hopefully it will turn out to be the right kind of process as you all want it to be. So I thank you all very much for being here today, and seeing no further questions. We appreciate your being here, and you are excused.
Thank you very much.
Okay, my dear. Just see what we got here. Thank you. Rose, I hope your hand gets better
Thank you.
soon.
My granddaughter said, "Bubba, you have zombie fingers," but that's undone, so at least I can move my fingers these days. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you. Oh, sorry. Okay, we'll get out of your way. Get out of your way.
Hey, how are you?
How are you, sir?
Hey, Ralph, how you doing, buddy?
I now welcome our second panel, Chairman Comer and Representative Walkinshaw from the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform. Your full statement will be submitted for the record, and we ask you summarize your statement in 5 minutes. Chairman Comer, I welcome your testimony.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox and Ranking Member McGovern. I urge the Rules Committee to grant a prompt rule for the House's consideration of both the resolution recommending that the House of Representatives find former President of the United States, William J. Clinton, in contempt of Congress for refusal to comply with a subpoena duly issued by the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform, and the resolution recommending that the House of Representatives find former Secretary of State, Hillary R. Clinton, in contempt of Congress for refusal to comply with a subpoena duly issued by the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform. Subpoenas are not mere suggestions. They carry the force of law and require compliance. Former President Clinton and former Secretary Clinton were legally required to appear for a deposition before the House Oversight Committee. They refused, and actions have consequences. Last July, Republicans and Democrats on the House Oversight Committee's Federal Law Enforcement Subcommittee unanimously approved a voice vote, a motion to subpoena former President Clinton and former Secretary Clinton for depositions as part of our investigation into the federal government's handling of the Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell criminal cases. On August 5th, I issued subpoenas to them. The testimonies of President Clinton and Secretary Clinton are critical to understanding Jeffrey Epstein's sex trafficking network and the ways he sought to curry favor and influence to shield himself from scrutiny. In fact, then Secretary of State Clinton would have signed off on the annual Trafficking in Persons report. In 2010, under Secretary Clinton's tenure, that report began covering trafficking within the United States. Given her service as Secretary of State, she could provide firsthand information about the federal government's efforts to combat international sex trafficking. Their testimony may also inform how Congress can strengthen laws to better combat human trafficking. Since issuing the subpoenas, the Oversight Committee has acted in good faith. We've offered flexibility on scheduling. We've tried to accommodate. The response we received was not cooperation, but defiance, repeated delays, excuses, and obstruction. President Clinton and Secretary Clinton claim to have been treated unfairly because the Oversight Committee accepted written statements under penalty of law from former U.S. Attorneys Gonzalez, Holder, Lynch, Sessions, and Garland, as well as former FBI Director Comey. Those written statements were accepted because none of those officials recalled any information relevant to the Epstein investigation, nor could we find any evidence that they did have personal relationships with Epstein. By contrast, the Oversight Committee required in-person testimony from former U.S. Attorney General Barr and former U.S. Secretary of Labor and U.S. Attorney Acosta, both Republicans, because they possessed information directly relevant to the investigation. The Clintons had documented relationships with Epstein and Maxwell, including President Clinton's trips with Epstein and Maxwell, evidenced by numerous photographs, flight log records, wedding invitations, and other materials. We repeatedly informed the Clintons' attorneys that a written statement would not be sufficient. The subpoenas required a deposition. Federal courts have consistently held that witnesses may not impose their own conditions upon the matter of congressional inquiry. Yet President Clinton and Secretary Clinton attempted to do exactly that, submitting a brief, bulleted written statement that was neither comprehensive nor responsive to the Oversight Committee's many unanswered questions. No person, not a former president or a private citizen, may willfully defy a duly issued congressional subpoena without consequence. And there can be no doubt that this bipartisan congressional subpoena was lawful and duly issued, as Ranking Member Garcia confirmed for the record during the committee's markup. The Clintons have flatly refused to appear at all, despite repeated warnings that the Oversight Committee would move forward with contempt proceedings. 2 weeks ago, the Oversight Committee voted on a bipartisan basis to hold both President Clinton and Secretary Clinton in contempt of Congress for refusing to comply with their subpoenas. President Clinton must be held accountable for his actions. Secretary Clinton must be held accountable for her actions. The Rules Committee and the full House must take this opportunity to uphold Congress's investigative authority. And we must do so to demonstrate to the American people that justice is applied equally to everyone, regardless of position, pedigree, or prestige. I also urge the Rules Committee to grant prompt rule for Representative Gill's House Joint Resolution 142, disapproving the action of the District of Columbia Council and approving the D.C. Income and Franchise Tax Conformity and Revision Temporary Amendment Act of 2025. As I've said many times before this committee, Congress has the constitutional right to review legislation passed by the D.C. Council under the D.C. Home Rule Act. It also has authority to block such legislation. In this case, it should do just that. In December this past year, the D.C. Council enacted, without the mayor's support, legislation that blocks corresponding tax relief for D.C. residents and businesses that is afforded them at the federal level by the Working Families Tax Cut Act. These reforms provide much-needed tax relief for both individuals and businesses, relief that keeps more of Americans' money where it belongs, in their pockets. However, the D.C. Council has cherry-picked pieces of these federal tax reforms and decided to just ignore the application in the local tax code. The tax provisions they have chosen not to implement in the D.C. tax code include no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for senior citizens, no tax on auto loan interest. This hurts seniors and hardworking American families, and that's just the start of it. They've also cut various tax credits for D.C. local businesses, including research and development and manufacturing incentives, stifling them from growing their local economy. The House must swiftly exercise its constitutional responsibility to oversee the District of Columbia and stop this misguided legislation from going into effect. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to unite in the support of D.C. taxpayers and businesses and support this necessary resolution of disapproval. Again, I ask the Rules Committee to grant a prompt rule for the House's consideration of these measures, and I welcome the committee's questions. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Comer. Mr. Walkinshaw, can you hold on just 1 second?
Sure.
can't figure out where that pounding noise is coming from. No. I'm sure it's distracting to me. I don't want it to be distracting to you all. We thought it might be coming from your mics. That's why I wanted to.
I'm missing a piece. It could be.
Oh, yeah, he's missing the,
There it came. That could have been it. No, okay.
My mic's turned off. If it's still.
Yeah, we'll see. It went away for a second, and then when you spoke, I think it did come back. I think that was the issue. Because it's not there anymore. Okay. All right, we'll just switch out. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Walkinshaw, please, you're
Okay.
recognized.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox. This is my first time before this august committee. I got the full experience here over the last hour listening to you all. I appreciate the opportunity to testify in opposition to HJ Res 142, which would create chaos during tax season for 700,000 taxpaying Americans here in the District of Columbia, and in opposition to the Clinton criminal contempt resolutions, which would bring congressional Republicans one step closer to realizing their decades-long fever dream of locking up Secretary Hillary Clinton. By nullifying a law passed unanimously by the D.C. Council, HJ Res 142 would force D.C. to freeze its tax season, rewrite guidance, update forms, and coordinate changes with private tax preparers. Chairman Comer and my Republican colleagues are frustrated that D.C. has not conformed its tax law to the so-called Big Beautiful Bill and laments that D.C. residents will pay taxes on their tips. The chairman knows that his home, the second best Commonwealth in the nation, my apologies to the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, has also not conformed its tax code to the bill. In fact, Kentucky has regularly failed to conform to the Internal Revenue Code. Mr. Chairman, if you earned any tips last year, you'll be paying Kentucky taxes on them this year. Passage of HJ Res 142 would also risk a downgrade in DC's credit rating, as the rating agencies know that this Congress knows not a thing about fiscal responsibility and are deeply concerned if we engage in this kind of meddling. As I've said to Chairman Comer and my oversight Republican colleagues before, if you want to micromanage the District of Columbia, the best thing to do is run for mayor or city council. I oppose this resolution and urge my colleagues to do the same. This week is a critical one in Oversight Democrats' efforts to deliver the transparency and accountability that the American people and the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's horrific crimes deserve. While President Trump has done everything in his power, including summoning members of this body to the White House Situation Room for scheduled browbeating to prevent the truth from coming to light, Oversight Democrats forced a vote to subpoena the full Epstein files and have been crystal clear that we want to talk to anyone, regardless of party, who has information about Epstein's crimes. And while President Trump's Justice Department continues to hide nearly half of the Epstein files in violation of the law, Chairman Comer and this Congress face a choice with respect to President Clinton. We can choose door number one. Through that door, our investigation into Epstein's crimes moves forward, with the Oversight Committee conducting a 4-hour interview with President Clinton. He has agreed. This kind of interview with a former president is very rare in the history of our republic. But given the horrific and sprawling nature of Epstein's crimes and the need to fully understand the facts, Oversight Democrats believe it to be necessary. But Chairman Comer is dead set on choosing door number two. And through door number two lies a politicized criminal contempt vote sent to a politicized Trump Department of Justice, very likely to die in court months or years from now. That door involves no interview or additional information from President Clinton, information that could advance our investigation. So the question before us is this: do we want to advance our investigation by interviewing President Clinton, or do we want to play politics? I would submit, Madam Chairwoman, the American people are tired of Epstein politics. They want us to get to the truth. I yield back.
Thank you both very much for your statements. I'm going to defer my questions. And Mr. Scott, I wonder if Mr. Scott has no questions. Mr. McGovern, you're recognized.
Well, so I have two sets of questions, Madam Chair, because we have two bills coming up here at once. So let me start with the DC bill. Chairman Comer, has your committee held a hearing or a markup on this measure?
We have not, because in order to rescind the DC Council motion, you're on a time frame 30 days.
This was introduced 11 days ago.
It's pretty self-explanatory.
I have a limited amount of time here. And has Congress ever vetoed a local DC tax law before?
Yes, we did House Joint Resolution 42 last Congress. Isn't that right? About-
Mr. Walkinshaw?
Was it the?
Yeah, well,
I think
that's
unprecedented.
incorrect. We have not.
I don't know what you're talking about. That's unprecedented. So since this measure has received zero public consideration by the U.S. Congress, and you want the House to vote on it this week, and Congress has never interfered with a local D.C. tax law before, let's at least spend a few minutes evaluating what it would do. Can you tell me the size of D.C.'s budget for fiscal year 2026? It's $22 billion.
Okay.
And how much of that is covered by the projected revenue raised from DC, from local DC taxes?
We've worked very closely on the Oversight Committee with Mayor Bowser in trying to recruit
The answer is
industry
The answer is $13 billion.
and private investment.
And what is DC's capital budget for fiscal year 2026, which is used to invest in things like the metro, public schools, and public infrastructure?
I'll have to go through my notes. It may take a minute.
It's $2.6 billion. How have DC revenue projections over the next 4 years been impacted by the mass layoffs of federal employees by the Trump administration? Do you know, Mr.?
They've been
Yeah.
negatively impacted. I would say.
We're told, we're.
All I know, Mr.
Revenue
McGovern, is we've
estimates
worked with the mayor to try to get the federal employees back to work, something
Revenue
that she
estimates were
supported.
revised downward by $1 billion, $1 billion. So if we overturn DC's new tax law, do you know what the fiscal impact of that decision will be on DC's budget? I mean, according to DC's chief financial officer, that would blow a $600 million hole in the budget. And, I raise these issues, and again, I agree, that if you really want to micromanage DC, you should run for city council, because clearly, I don't think, you're coming here knowing the first thing about DC's budget process and fiscal situation, and I think Republicans in Congress think they know better than DC's elected officials about these very technical local tax and budget decisions, but blowing a huge hole in their budget, seriously? You guys can't even manage the federal budget, which is your actual job. You guys just voted for this big ugly bill, which adds $4 trillion to the federal debt. And you're going to tell DC how to run their government? I want to ask unanimous consent to insert into the record, Madam Chair, a letter signed by the mayor, Muriel Bowser, and chairman of the council of the District of Columbia, Phil Mendelson.
Without objection.
One quote here. The district is already a month into the 2026 tax year and has begun accepting and processing tax returns. Disapproval at this stage would create huge administrative challenges, require taxpayers to refile their taxes, render existing guidance and forms obsolete, and necessitate rapid mid-year changes to tax administration systems. This is insane. This doesn't make any sense. So, Madam Chair, I really am frustrated that this is what we're going to spend our time doing this week. A bill that's going to create more chaos in the district. It just doesn't make any sense. Now, to the second bill that we're here to talk about. President Trump referred to efforts to uncover the facts about the Epstein issue as I'm going to quote him, a hoax involving Democrats, not Republicans, end quote. And he instructed Attorney General Bondi to investigate Democrats, including President Clinton And that's exactly what this is all about. My Republican friends, say that they are interested in getting to the truth of the Epstein files. I'm on the Rules Committee. We moved 9 times to try to get an amendment considered on the House floor to release the files. And the way we actually had a vote on it was through a discharge petition, because all of you blocked it.
That's
All
not
of
true. That's not,
You
we,
blocked it. You
I
blocked it.
subpoenaed Pam Bondi for the Epstein
You blocked
documents.
it. Yeah. It is true. You did block it. You did block it. 9 times in this committee, we voted to make an amendment in order, and it was blocked. In addition to the Clintons, 6 other people were also subpoenaed. Attorney General Barr, she came in to testify. The rest, including the Clintons, all sent in written declarations. Yet this contempt resolution singles them out for partisan reasons. They are actively negotiating with the committee to provide testimony, most recently offering to sit for a transcribed interview, which I guess Chairman Comer has rejected, because this isn't really actually about getting at the facts. It's about playing politics. It's about creating a spectacle. We all know what's going on. Mr. Walkinshaw, isn't this just a political exercise to change the subject away from Trump's involvement in the Epstein files? By the way, the incomplete release of the Epstein files up to this point, Donald Trump is mentioned 5,391 times. 5,391 times.
Yeah.
And not one word about even asking the president to voluntarily come up and answer questions, but I'll yield to you.
I think it's really important to remind the American people about the timeline of President Trump's involvement here. We all know he ran for the presidency in 2024, saying he was going to release the files. Shortly after being sworn in, his attorney general claimed to have a binder with the client list, and she was going to release the files. At some point, very quickly, President Trump changed his tune. He started doing everything in his power to prevent the release of the files. We know, based on reporting, the Attorney General told him that he was mentioned in the files. We now know thousands of times he's mentioned in the file. So I think the committee-
Thousands of times because he released the files.
Half of them. He released half of them only when he was forced to, after doing everything in his power to prevent it.
Is there an update on the Clintons?
And I can share an update. The good news, Mr. Chairman, I think we'll be able to go through door number 1 that I outlined in my opening statement. I understand that the Clintons have agreed to appear for depositions and have agreed to the terms that you laid out in your most recent letter.
Are you aware of that?
No.
Yeah. Well, if that's the case.
Somehow the media and the Democrats get the correspondence way before we do.
My understanding is that their attorneys reached out to you.
Your staff has
Yeah,
it, Mr. Chairman.
You better check with your staff. But if that's the case, why are we doing this then?
If the staff has it, they just got it, because we've been in there waiting for you all to stop talking on the last bill so we could present this bill. And look, you said
You can
transcribed,
multitask. You don't have
they
to.
rejected a transcribed, he wanted a transcribed interview. The difference in a transcribed interview and deposition, you don't have to answer the questions in a transcribed interview.
Right, but
They've agreed to the terms in your
I
letter,
would
Mr.
suggest that you consult with your staff. Maybe Mr. Walkinshaw can maybe make sure that you're.
Yeah, we'll make sure you
My
get-
understanding is that your staff has been notified of this.
If they've been notified, it's been in the last 15 minutes.
Mr.
Correct.
Mr. McGovern, it just has come out in the last, I just received a note.
In the last 2
the
minutes.
last-
Right, well, then,
yeah.
can we save it? Can we save all?
No, just because we're going to have to review this and look at this, and look, this sets a bad precedent. So every time we issue a subpoena, and what Mr. Walkinshaw does not say is the Democrats made the motion for all these subpoenas. This was a Democrat motion, and a majority of the Democrats on the committee voted for
we
this
wanna
subpoena.
hear from everyone.
So you're trying to say it's
wanna hear from
partisan,
everyone.
and it's not
Reclaim
partisan.
my time, Madam Chair.
It's bipartisan.
So, in other words, you're getting everything you want, but you still want to go ahead with the show.
You're talking
this
about
is-
something nobody's
this is
even read yet,
this is
Mr. McGovern.
All right, let me add, so in the recent DOJ release of the Epstein files, there appears to be far more information about prominent people in Epstein's circle, including Donald Trump, Melania Trump, Elon Musk, and Howard Lutnick. Chairman Comer, do you know if top Trump advisor Elon Musk ever went to Epstein's Rape Island?
I haven't seen any evidence that he had.
Do you know
But,
what Trump?
look, if anybody that's been to the island, especially if they went to the island after he's convicted,
Madam Chair,
we're
let me-
interested in
let me
talking
claim
to
my
them.
time. Do you know if Trump advisor Steve Bannon ever went to Epstein's rape?
I don't keep up with Steve
Yes, sir.
Bannon.
All right, do you know if Trump's Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick, ever went to Epstein's rape island?
He has said he went to the island with his wife and kids and would never go back. He went somewhere, I don't know if it's the island, but he went somewhere with Epstein.
He said that before. Yeah, so you don't want to subpoena them? Or don't you care to learn if they? ever
I've
went to them?
subpoenaed the former Republican Attorney General Bill Barr for a hard-hitting deposition, and we subpoenaed Alex Acosta, who served in the Trump administration.
subpoena anything?
How many Republicans did Jamie Raskin subpoena when he has? How many
the answer is no.
Republicans did the
The answer
Democrats
is no. You
subpoena?
don't care.
This is a bipartisan investigation. That's why a majority of Democrats on the Oversight Committee voted for this.
It's my time, Mr.
Chairman
Chair.
Thomas,
You
Chairman.
can spread all the propaganda you want in your committee, but it's my time in this committee, and I'm asking the questions. So the answer is no, that you're not going to subpoena.
I don't even know what the
these
question is.
people. It was very, are you going to subpoena Howard Lutnick or Steve Bannon or Elon Musk?
We'll subpoena anyone that the evidence leads us
Is that
to.
yes?
If the evidence, we'll talk about it with the committee, and we don't just pull subpoenas out of our butts like Jamie Raskin
Let
would
me clear
do.
my time. Chairman Comer, the Oversight Committee issued a subpoena to Attorney General Bondi more than 5 months ago.
I subpoenaed Pam Bondi for
requiring her to
the
produce-
Epstein
Excuse me,
documents.
Madam Chair, can you muzzle the witness, please? I mean, Chairman Comer, the Oversight Committee issued a subpoena to Attorney General Bondi more than 5 months ago, requiring her to produce all of the Epstein files to Congress by August 19th, 2025. Yes or no? As of right now, has Attorney General Bondi fully complied with the subpoena?
We're still reviewing the 3 million documents to see if that's all of the
So answer
documents or
is
not.
no.
It's important.
Just 1 minute, if I could. I'm going to ask you all not to talk over each other, but I do have a question something I'd like to ask, if you'd let me real
Absolutely.
quickly.
Happy to
Yeah,
hear
real
what
quickly.
you.
Thank you. People keep saying, have all the files been released? Does somebody have a total?
No.
Of the files? How is anybody ever going to know how many files?
Madam
there
Chair,
are?
when this started,
Mr.
5 or
Walker?
6 months ago, it was suggested that there were between 100 and 300,000 files. We've already had released over 3.1 million files.
Okay, now, Mr.
Mr.
McGovern.
Walker, why don't you respond,
The
please?
direct answer to your question, Madam Chairwoman, is yes, we do have a number. And we have a number because the Trump administration, the Deputy Attorney General, Todd Blanche, said there are 6 million files. They collected 6 million files. Now, he says they over-collected, so they've only released 3 million. The law does not allow them to subjectively determine that 3 million of the Epstein files that are in his possession, which he said were over-collected. Mr. McGovern, though, asked a question about the Oversight Committee's subpoena and the Attorney General's compliance with that subpoena. That's separate from the release of files that we've seen publicly, because the Oversight Committee's subpoena does not have the same list of allowed redactions that the legislation that we all voted for has. She's produced to this committee only 30,000 pages of documents, not 3 million, not 6 million. She's out of compliance with the subpoena and not following the law requiring the release of all 6 million documents.
But, can we talk about this? I'm interested in getting to a number. So, well, I'm curious, okay, so she's released over 3 million, you said, Mr. Chairman.
She just released 3 million in addition to the I don't know, 30-some thousand a few months ago.
And Mr. McGovern, you said we know the number? Is that what you said?
The Deputy Attorney General, Todd Blanche, President Trump's former personal lawyer, said that there are 6 million files. He's choosing to release only 3 million, and he's choosing to heavily redact that 3 million.
So should we hold Pam Bondi in contempt?
She is turning over documents, and what they said is they turned over documents, every document that they're legally required to turn over,
I don't think she's complying with the subpoena.
that
She's certainly
they're
not complying with the law.
allowed by law to turn over.
Well, all right.
There's still investigations, there's class action lawsuits, there's there's a lot of
Yeah,
legal stuff still taking place with this, but we want the documents. We want everything. We're reviewing the 3 million. I don't think anybody can say with honesty they've read all 3 million of them. We're pouring through them as quick as we can.
I'm worried about the 3 million that haven't been released. And do we know what's in those 3 million pages that haven't been released?
We do not know.
Have we heard from, have you, because I've been reading the public, I've been reading public statements, but I want to know whether you have heard from Epstein's victims and survivors about the recent release by DOJ? Have you heard of some of the concern of some of the survivors who believe that DOJ is deliberately releasing personal information about them?
See,
that's... And while at the same time protecting the men that abuse these women?
You want to answer?
It was deeply concerning. I mean, look, the most recent release, we heard from the Department of Justice that they couldn't follow the law because they were taking so much time to carefully scrutinize the files and ensure they did the appropriate redactions to protect the survivors. And then we hear from survivor after survivor after survivor after survivor who was revealed in the release. So they delayed the release to protect the survivors, so they say, and then they failed to protect the survivors when they released half of the files that the law
And the
requires.
interesting thing is that the names that really weren't released are the perpetrators, are the people who abused these women. So again, they victimized, again, the survivors, and they're protecting the people, who abused them. I got to say that, Republicans on the Oversight Committee have moved swiftly to hold the Clintons
And Democrats.
in criminal contempt. Yet several Republican members of the Oversight Committee notably refused to comply with congressional subpoenas from the January 6th committee. Maybe, Chairman Comer, do you think your own members should have been held in contempt and prosecuted?
So I'm glad you asked that question, because there's been a lot of speculation in our Minnesota fraud investigation that there may be a Democrat member from Minnesota that net worth has significantly increased. What we found out, we can't investigate other members. That has to be the ethics committee. So if there was an issue with the January 6th committee subpoenaing members of Congress, which I've been told we're not supposed to do, then they should take it up with the ethics committee, because that's their sole purpose, is to investigate other members.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering whether we should recess for 5 or 10 minutes so that you can figure out what the Clinton development is, so we maybe can save ourselves a whole bunch of time.
Well, let me ask you a question, Mr. McGovern. Is this going to be the standard practice every time we issue a subpoena? Whoever's in charge, Democrats, Republicans, whoever's in control, every time you issue a subpoena, letting them stonewall for 5 months, and then prove that you got the votes on the floor in a bipartisan fashion to hold them in contempt.
No, I think what the danger here is that the Clintons were negotiating in good faith, and you jumped to this.
For 5 months?
Just say, we have seen Chairman Comer has repeatedly moved the goalposts here.
Oh, that's
At our
bullcrap. That is
markup,
not
it's
true.
my
You've
time.
been here
You
3
weren't
weeks.
asked the
You don't,
question.
hey, that's
You
not
weren't asked
true,
the
Madam
question, Mr. Chairman. At our markup, the chairman.
Reporters can't hear you, so, just a moment. You made an accusation, Mr. Watkins.
I'm trying to
That the
complete my statement.
Republicans moved the goalposts.
That's right. I'm gonna
How can
explain
you
that.
back that up?
I'll back it up this way. We had a markup a couple weeks ago on these contempt resolutions. The chairman laid out his objections to the Clintons' most recent offer at that time. He didn't like that they hadn't agreed to a transcription. He didn't like that they wanted to limit the amount of committee staff in the room. They had said that he hadn't agreed to limit the discussion to Epstein-related matters. He claimed at the time that was untrue, and he did want to limit the discussion to Epstein-related matters. All of those objections that the chairman laid out at our markup a couple of weeks ago were addressed by the offer that the Clintons made yesterday. We now know the additional objections that the chairman laid out in a recent letter have been addressed by the Clintons and their lawyers. So if we're going to continue to move forward, despite the fact that they have met everything you've asked them to meet, I think we've revealed what's actually happening.
And so the question is, are we interested in getting to the truth and the facts, or are my friends interested in creating a spectacle?
Mi-
Or is this all about, no, this, I would say, we have been on this, Democrats on this committee have tried 9 times to bring, a resolution to the floor to release the Epstein files. Only when public pressure, forced you to cave on it, finally, did we have a vote on it. And now we have a Department of Justice that is half complying.
Mr. McGovern, let me tell you, I agree with you that we should take a recess.
Okay.
So that we can review the recent developments. That's all I was trying to say to you, is I think that we should do that. Rules have been votes have been called, and so I think we should go vote and return 10 minutes after the last vote.
And I get to finish my questions?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Can we start at the end?
If you won't take another 20 minutes, although I've taken some of your
Can
time.
we start at the beginning of the last, the beginning of the last vote? Can we do that?
Beginning of last vote.
Okay, thank you.
If that has given you all enough time, perhaps they might have something to say at that time. Okay?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. I want to thank Chairman Comer and Mr. Walkinshaw and the others who are here. We're now going to recess, and committee's going to recess until after the beginning of the last votes. Committee's in recess.
So, okay, this one. Okay, how about now? Is that better? Yeah, okay. Okay, no worries. I'm going to look for the part for this if I can. Talk to you soon.
for civilian use in times of emergency. We're pleased to be joined on this occasion by General Motors CEO Mary Barra, who's setting records, huh? I hear you're doing unbelievably. 24 hours round the clock, your factories, and you're building brand new factories. Amazing. Great job, Mary. Of course, it helped that you have a president that knows what he's doing. But it's a great job. Proud of you. As well as founder and executive co-chairman of Ivanhoe Mines, Robert Friedland. Thank you, Robert. Thanks as well to Secretaries Marco Rubio, Scott Bessent, Doug Burgum, Howard Lutnick, and Export-Import Bank Chairman John Yovanovitch, along with Senator Bernie Moreno and Congressman French Hill and Bruce Westerman. Thank you all. Thank you, French. For years, American businesses have risked running out of critical minerals during market disruptions. Today, we're launching what will be known as Project Vault to ensure that American businesses and workers are never harmed by any shortage. We don't want to ever go through what we went through a year ago. Just as we, although it did work out, thank you. Just as we have long had a strategic petroleum reserve and a stockpile of critical minerals for national defense, we're now creating this reserve for American industry so we don't have any problems. This historic initiative will combine $10 billion in export-import bank financing with $2 billion in private sector financing, and we even expect the American taxpayer to make a profit from the interest on the loan used to start the Project Vault. It's an amazing thing. They've been talking about it for years. Other presidents did a lot of talking, but they didn't do anything. Over the past year, my administration has taken extraordinary steps to make sure the United States has all of the critical minerals and rare earths that we need. We're investing in mining projects, we're expediting federal permitting. You know, the federal permitting, and a lot of it is Lee Zeldin, who's been fantastic, but federal permitting is such a big deal, and we're doing that. The permitting of mines and signing major critical mineral deals with countries from all over the world, and we're getting along with all of them. Every one of them, they want to be in the proper position. We're working very well with countries from all over the world. Today, we're building on these achievements with this vital new reserve, and now I would like to ask Ex-Im Chairman John Yovanovitch to say a few words, followed by our friends from business and Congress. We'll go over that, but we have some great business leaders, the best, here today. And John, if you would start it off, that'd be great. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. The President gave us a very clear directive. By clear directive, it was much more of an order for us to figure out how to, for the first time in American history, create a strategic critical minerals reserve in a way that would benefit the non-military manufacturing complex. And the challenge was enormous, not simply because it had never been done before, Mr. President, but we knew that you expected us to deliver in a big way, in a way that was scalable, in a way that was designed for long-term success, and in a way that would help revitalize our domestic mining industry. But most importantly, most crucially, that it not be subsidized by American taxpayers. And so that's exactly what we've done. Mr. President, what you've announced today is a truly uniquely American solution. It brings together our capital markets, which are the best and biggest in the world, with our manufacturers, our innovators, our miners, all pitching in to make this possible. Now, these things don't happen without the best and the brightest within industry being at the table. And Mr. President, everyone wants to engage with this administration, with your administration. The key ingredient here was your call to action. Your call to action allowed us to bring together the best players in the market, sometimes the fiercest competitors, getting them to work together to come up with a creative solution. Now, in addition to our great team at the Export-Import Bank, who worked around the clock, led by Brian Greeley, Jeff Wilson, Sarah Whitten, many others, we benefited from having the biggest manufacturing CEOs, the smartest market players at the table, all looking to solve this problem. So what we have with Project Vault is marrying the capital solution with what we need when we need it most. And the best part about it is that the American taxpayer will earn a return on financing the first ever strategic critical minerals reserve in history. And we thank you, Mr. President, for allowing this to happen. All of the people around us today help make it possible, our cabinet secretaries, our top CEOs, their teams, top market players, whether it be GM, GE Vernova, Boeing, Clarios, Google, Mercurio, especially Brian Fallick, Hartree, Traxxas, our friend Robert Friedland. All of us work together, Mr. President, to deliver this for you, and for the American people, so that manufacturers and workers all across the country can rest assured they'll have what they need when they need it most. So,
And you're covering everything with this, we're not just doing certain minerals and rare earths, we're doing everything.
Everything on the critical
What about
list.
magnets?
We're focused on the critical raw materials, and we anticipate that led by our great manufacturers, will help breed even more solutions.
Great job. Thank you very much. Doug Burgum, please.
Mr. President, again, I want to echo what John said, which is a great thank you to you. You've set the direction, and when you took office, you've done more in the last year for mining and minerals in our country, perhaps than any president in history. Just like drill, baby, drill, you said mine, baby, mine. And what's happened in our country is you've led us through deals with equity deals for the first time. The United States of America is driving equity deals to help sustain and balance this market. You unlocked Alaska with the Amber Road project. That opened up over 1,700 mining claims in Alaska. And of course, on beautiful clean coal, we've got critical minerals that are co-located with that coal, and we've unlocked that. The Biden administration did 0 coal leases during the last 4 years. You've done hundreds of millions of tons of coal leases. That's going to help drive electric prices down in America. Permitting, you mentioned this in your remarks. There were some permits that it's lingered for 29 years. They got done in 4 months last year under your administration. And under your emergency authorities, some of these permits got done in as short as 12 days. You helped create a club of nations to help balance out the fact that we didn't have markets that were functioning around critical minerals. You led off with Australia, Japan, Korea, Saudi Arabia, and Thailand. This week we'll announce 11 more countries that are joining that club of nations as part of this global coalition. And behind that in the pipeline, there's 20 more nations that want to join under your leadership to allow for trade of critical minerals. And then here we stand today with the teamwork that was described. This would not have been possible without the incredible cabinet that you put together. Marco Rubio, Scott Bessent, Howard Lutnick, Chris Wright, and many others were involved in bringing this together through the vision. Standing with us today are some of our chairmen of our great congressional leadership who also have supported this and helped us find a way to do this without any appropriations. This is happening without tax dollars. And of course, our team on the ground here at the White House, including David Copley and everybody else at the NSC, David leading the global supply chain work, the folks working with the Ex-Im Bank team, working around the clock to make all this happen. So again, when you lead, when you put out a challenge, the teamwork happens. And then here we stand today. This is the largest Ex-Im Bank deal in the history of the Ex-Im Bank by more than double. And this is going to help drive national security. It's great for American manufacturers. It's great for American workers. Congratulations, President Trump.
Thank you. You're doing a fantastic job, Doug. Thank you. Could I ask Mary Barra, the Chairman CEO of General Motors, which is setting records every single day, and she's doing a fantastic job, to say a few words and also discuss how good the car business is now in the U.S., please.
Well, Mr. President, I want to thank you for your commitment to strengthening U.S. manufacturing and supporting the auto industry. Also want to thank your cabinet and members of Congress and the whole team here that made this possible today. Having a resilient supply chain is critical for our nation, and it's critical for all industry, especially the auto industry. We have been strengthened with many of the different policies that have been put in place over the last year. So I want to thank everybody for that. It not only supports U.S. manufacturing, it supports job creation. It also supports the consumer, so thank you. And business is held very strong. We still see a strong consumer, so I'm excited about 2026.
I think it's going to be a record with all of your new plants opening up and everything else in our country. So, in our country.
Robert?
Please.
Mr. President, thank you so much for what you've achieved. Everything we touch, we either grew it agriculturally and you helped the farmers, or we mined it. All these cameras you see in front of you, they were mined. Every time you pick up a hand phone, it was mined. And so stimulating the ability for the miners in this country to help you industrialize the country, they're the salt of the earth, and we're super excited that America is doing something for not only our national security, but for the reindustrialization of the country, because you can't reindustrialize Detroit with a lot of metal. And I'm telling you on behalf of every miner I know, they're elated at the breakthroughs that have been achieved here. They'll make a lot more cameras in the future. And maybe you can help us teach everybody that everything you touch like that, somebody mined it. And we need your support, and we're really happy to get it.
And congratulations, you're in the Hall of Fame. Is that the Rare Earth Hall of Fame or Minerals Hall of
It's a
Fame?
bunch of pictures of dead guys that go back to Herbert Hoover, who was a miner. Mining's down to 1% of the S&P 500, but really everything you touch needs mining. And this is the first administration, with your support, where we've got hope. We can go out and really do it. So, as I last met you in Saudi Arabia with Mohammed bin Salman. We're working in Chile.
Right.
We want to bring these metals back to the United States and refine them and use them right here. And the vision of this administration, Howard Lutnick's been helping a lot. A lot of people at Exim Bank have been helping a lot. I'm just telling you, the morale of the miners is sky high.
Doing a great job. Thank you very much. Congratulations. That's a big deal. Thank you. How about French Hill? Say a few words, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, on behalf of Congress, Chairman Westerman could talk about how he's helped unleash the ability to mine through permitting reform. And Senator Moreno and I serve on the House Financial Services Committee and Senate Banking Committee. And we're best in this country when we take the private sector and we leverage it to unleash the directions that you're made. And so together with our reauthorization of the Exim Bank, we leverage that resource with private sector dollars to make this a success. And it's going to be a huge strategic change in America's industrial capacity.
Big difference, right?
Big difference.
There's never been really anything like what we're doing. Bernie, please.
Not to be hyperbolic, but if you hadn't been elected, the auto industry in America would be over.
The country would be over.
Completely over.
The country would be over.
Well, but the auto industry would have been gone first. What the Democrats had done with electric vehicles, the mandates, what you were able to accomplish last year, Secretary Lutnick, what Secretary Bassett was able to do with your leadership, has transformed the auto industry. And I tell you, it's never been better for people in the auto industry. I hear from all my friends, they are elated. And the worst part is that the people that you really saved were the car dealers in California and New York and New Jersey, right?
And they fought me all the way, Mary, right? They fought me all the way, and now they're saying thank you very much. But you're doing a great job. Thank you, Bernie. Scott?
Sir, as you always say, economic security is national security, and a country does not have sovereignty if we don't have control of our critical minerals, don't have control of our steel production and our industrial base. And thanks to the work of everyone here through your leadership, this was a public-private partnership that only you could have assembled, and we are taking back our sovereignty, and we are going to have this Vault project, a strategic mineral reserve. And I can't tell you how innovative and exciting this is, and the level of security it is going to give us going forward is phenomenal.
And how is your new, and I think new and improved Fed chairman doing? How's that all going?
So he's off to a great start.
I think so.
He had so much built-in credibility, and as the American people, smart people, like Representative Hill, the Senator Moreno, they already knew him, and as the American people get to know him, the important thing is that they will be able to trust the Federal Reserve to steer the economy for them.
He's going to do great. Howard, please.
So, prior presidents took America for granted. They let our critical minerals only be controlled by China. They let our mining business go to hell by closing all the mines, closing our coal plants while China opened them. They let our auto industry, right? We used to produce 75% of our cars in America, and when Biden left, it was below 50%. We were just letting all of these industries just be shredded from America. And thank goodness you are in this chair, changing it and taking it back. We are taking back critical minerals. We are taking back mining. We're taking back the auto industry. You're going to watch us take back pharmaceuticals. We're going to take back semiconductors. None of this could possibly happen without your leadership. And it is the most fun to stand back here with your leadership because we are changing America back and making it great again.
That's very true. Anybody would like to say anything else?
Amen to that.
You guys okay? Everything all right?
Chairman Wester.
Well, thank you, Mr. President.
You're such a good man. Go ahead.
It's a great day, and it couldn't have happened without your leadership. And I think people will be talking about this for a long time because we're bringing back American mining and American manufacturing. You know, God blessed our country with abundant resources. Secretary Burgum talked about the Ambler Road. 49 critical minerals that can be mined in sufficient quantities just in that one area, but from northern Minnesota, Arizona, my home state of Arkansas, we are blessed with all these minerals. They're just in the ground. But when we get them out of the ground and not only mine them, but refine them and process and manufacture with them, it'll unleash great wealth for our country. And that'll just build on all the other successes. So thank you for what you've done. It's a great day.
And how does it feel to be in the Oval Office? Is that crazy? Were you ever here?
No, I've never been here, sir.
Most people haven't. Mary's been here a little bit, right? But it's a special place. Never been so beautiful either. Yeah, questions, please.
Mr. President, speaking of the Fed, would you like to see Jeanine Pirro drop the investigation into Chairman Powell to help? Senator Tillis has basically said that he's not going to really be working with the administration to help bring war. So would you like to see the investigation?
No, she's going to take it to the end and see. Like you're doing a small renovation, and they've spent almost $4 billion doing a small renovation. I'm doing buildings. I built a hotel. The Waldorf is called, and I did it for around $200 million. It's a much bigger job. They're spending almost, it could be $4 billion. I'll tell you what, I don't even see an end in sight. I feel badly for the new Fed chairman because he may not have an office for 4 years. I don't know what these people are doing. So it's either gross incompetence or it's theft of some kind or kickbacks. I don't know what it is, but Jeanine Pirro is incredible, and she'll figure it out. But no, you want to take it and just find out what happened, because we can't go around doing a renovation of a small little complex, very small, couple of little buildings, and spend billions and billions of dollars on it. Something went wrong. We have to find out what it was. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, thank you. Speaking of renovations, you announced you wanted to build a new and spectacular entertainment complex at the Kennedy Center.
Right.
Do you plan on tearing it down, and how much will all of the renovations cost?
Probably around $200 million. And, you know, it's funny, in real estate and building, I've done so much of it. I've done so well with it. You want to sit with something for a little while before you decide on what you want to do. And, you know, we sat with it. We ran it. It's in very bad shape. It's run down. It's dilapidated. It's sort of dangerous. Things fall out of ceilings. You've seen it. And we had some big events there. We had a lot of great events there over the last year, but you can't do any work because people are coming in and out, and you have the workmen. We have a marble man over there the other day. He said, you know, every time I put down a piece of marble, people are stepping on the marble. They don't even have time to dry. And you can't do the same quality job if you close it, and, you know, we're fully financed. And so we're going to close it, and we're going to make it unbelievable, far better than it ever was. And we'll be able to do it properly. I was thinking maybe there's a way of doing it simultaneously, but there really isn't. And we're going to have something that when it opens, it's going to be brand new, beautiful. I'm not ripping it down. I'll be using the steel. So we're using the structure. We're using some of the marble, and some of the marble comes down. But when it's open, it'll be brand new and really beautiful. It'll be at the highest level. We can do a much better job, probably in a way a faster job in terms, you know, because when you do it piecemeal, for instance, they have a play tonight, and you can't do anything. You have to pull out everything, and you can't have stanchions all over the place, and people are walking in to see a play. So we'll be closing it sometime around July 4th. It's like we'll close it on July 4th in order to do something great for America, and then we're going to build it. We have great contractors. We're going to build it, and we'll do it right. We're using the highest grade marbles, the highest grade everything. It'll be brand new. Tremendous carriers putting in the air conditioning, or I guess they're a bidder, but they're probably going to get it. Carrier. We're going to have all brand new air conditioning, heating. The steel will all be checked out because it'll be fully exposed. You know, it's been up for a long time, but as anybody knows, it was in very bad shape. Wasn't kept well before I got there. So we're going to make it. I think there won't be anything like it in the country.
Sir, Mr. President.
Yeah, please.
About your meeting with President Petro later this week, he's been quite critical of you since you spoke back in January after the Maduro raid. What would you like to hear from him tomorrow in terms of drug trafficking in Venezuela? What are your expectations?
Well, we're going to see. I mean, he's been very nice over the last month or two. He was certainly critical before that, but Somehow after the Venezuelan raid, he became very nice. He changed his attitude very much. So, no, I look forward to seeing him. He's coming in. We're going to be talking about drugs because tremendous amounts of drugs come out of his country. And I look forward to see. We're going to have a good meeting. Yeah.
Mr. President.
Steve?
Steve Witkoff is going to meet with the Iranian Foreign Minister on Friday. What are you hoping he'll get out of that meeting?
Well, you're going to have a lot of things are happening. You have Iran, and you have Russia, Ukraine, and you have the Middle East. We have a lot of things going. A lot of problems were here for a long time before I got here. We settled 8 wars, and I think we're doing very well with Ukraine and Russia. For the first time, I'm saying that. I think we're going to maybe have some good news. We're losing 25,000 people a month are being killed in that war, ridiculous war. 25,000. It was 31,000 last month. Think of it. Young, beautiful kids, the kids of parents, their parents. It doesn't affect us in one way, but in another way, it's 25,000 souls that if I can solve it, we're not spending money like Biden did. He gave $350 billion away. I make everyone pay. And the United Nations, they're a little bit involved, but if you take a look at what's happening, the countries of Europe are paying us for the weapons. So we have NATO paying, we send missiles over there, they pay us in full. It doesn't cost us 10 cents. And we make money, I guess, but I don't even want to talk about that. Because what I really want to do is save those people from dying. They lose, Mary, can you imagine 25,000 to 30,000 people a month? That's like a stadium full of people every single month. And, I was blessed with something where I can get these things done. Got 8 of them done. I thought all 8 were going to be more difficult than this one. I thought my relationship with President Putin would give us a, much easier road. But there's tremendous hatred between Zelensky and Putin. Tremendous hatred. I mean, it's a shame, but it's taken longer than we thought. I did call up President Putin, and he's agreed. He's put it out to. They have the same cold wave that we do. Maybe different because it's pretty far away, but it's the equivalent. And Ukraine's a very cold country. It's much colder than us. It's colder than, they say, on average, it's Canada or colder. And on top of that, they have a tremendous cold wave. And I asked him if he wouldn't shoot for a period of 1 week, no missiles going into Kiev or any other towns, and he's agreed to do it. So it's something.
What about Iran's nuclear program? Do you think Mr. Witkoff can do the deal on that?
Well, we're talking about that. We have ships heading to Iran right now, big ones, biggest and the best. And we have talks going on with Iran. We'll see how it all works out.
Mr. President,
the Pentagon released National Defense Strategy last week, and it says...
Where are you from with that, NASAC?
I'm from Europe,
Good.
from Lithuania, Baltic states.
Good.
National Defense Strategy says that U.S. will provide critical but only limited support for European defense. What does that mean, limited support? Will the U.S. still provide...
Well, we get along very well with Europe. I do. Because, don't forget, I got the GDP lifted from 2% to 5%. Nobody thought that could be possible. And they're giving us a lot of that money. We have the best military equipment. We're selling it to NATO. But I get along very well. But Europe has to be careful because, there are those that say it's no longer recognizable between immigration and energy. It's... There's so much potential. In UK, you have the North Sea oil, and they basically closed it down. And then they buy energy from Norway, which is the North Sea oil. So you figure that one, and Norway's got trillions of dollars. They have to be careful. You need energy, and you can't do the windmills because the windmills, you're supposed to make money with energy, not lose money. So I'm very disappointed. I love Europe. I love the people of Europe. And they have to be very careful. They're at a tipping point. You have tremendous immigration problems, and you have tremendous energy problems. It's a bad combination.
Mr. President, thank you, Mr. President. Kristi Noem just announced that you're deploying body cameras to Minneapolis. What's your thinking behind this decision, and do you want to see this?
Well, it wasn't my decision. I leave it to her. They generally tend to be good for law enforcement because people can't lie about what's happening. So it's generally speaking, I think 80% good for law enforcement. But if she wants to do that, I'm okay with it. Remember one thing: we closed the border. I got elected on a disastrous border, and we have nobody coming in through our border anymore. We had 25 million people coming in 4 years through our border. Many of them were murderers and drug dealers and those mentally insane from mental institutions and insane asylums. And now we don't have anybody coming in. For 9 months now, I mean, they actually report zero. We have 0 people coming in, which I find hard to believe, but the Democrats do that report. They tend to be left-leaning that do that report. So I assume it's true. If it's not, it's a very tiny amount of people. But we basically have a tremendously perfect, strong border. And also, crime levels are at the lowest point they've been in 125 years. Since 1900, we have the best numbers. And that's despite the fact that we had a lot of criminals and murderers. 11,888 murderers came in. And we have the lowest numbers that we've had in 125 years. So, we're doing a good job. If she wants to do the camera thing, that's okay with me.
Mr. President, there was one homicide in D.C. during January. Do you think this is due to your efforts, and do you think blue states should see this as a sign that they should cooperate with you?
Well, if there was one, I mean, we haven't had one in a long time. D.C. has become a very safe. There was an in-house homicide. It was in-house. It was a dispute within a family. We have had virtually no crime in D.C. D.C. is now considered a very safe place, and it should be. It's our nation's capital. And we sent in the soldiers. I read the Washington Post this week, and it was incredible. They were trying to determine how did we get so low numbers? The low numbers in D.C. because we have very little crime, if any. And they talked about everything except for the fact that we put our National Guard and great soldiers inside our city. They didn't want to mention that. It's how dishonest. Because if we didn't do that, you'd have tremendous crime in D.C. And I get thanked every single day by people that work in the White House. People, young ladies, men, they come up, thank you, sir, for making D.C. so safe. They walk to work now. A year and a half ago, they wouldn't have walked to work. They would have been killed or mugged or something would have happened to them. So it's, it's a great honor, but you got to read the story in the Washington Post. They do it. Crime is way down in D.C. Now, what's the reason for it? The reason for it is we have very big, strong, good-looking soldiers standing around. And I think they make the place look better. But this is our capital, and we have a very safe capital. We had a very dangerous capital before.
Sir, yesterday you said you were speaking to people about Cuba to reach an agreement. What sort of agreement are you hoping to reach? Is that with the Cuban government?
Well, it's a failed nation now, and they're not getting any money from Venezuela, and they're not getting any money from anywhere. It's a failed nation. Mexico is going to cease sending them oil. So I'd like to take care of the people that are here from Cuba. We have many people that came from Cuba that were thrown out of Cuba or that fled Cuba. They came over on rafts. They went through shark-infested waters. I don't know how they did it. And it was many years ago. Many would like to go back. Many would like to at least visit their relatives. And I think we're at a pretty close point. We are dealing with the Cuban leaders right now.
Mr. President, the Wall Street Journal reported that the royal family of Abu Dhabi invested hundreds of millions of dollars in your World Liberty Financial. Can you explain why you decided to take that investment? Was that a transaction?
Well, I don't know about it. I know that crypto is a big thing, and they like it. A lot of people like it. The people behind me like it. My sons are handling that. My family is handling it. And I guess they get investments from different people. But I'm not. I have all I can handle right now with Iran and with Russia and Ukraine and with all the things we're doing. So I don't know exactly, other than, I'm a big crypto person. I'm the one that probably helped crypto more than anybody because I believe in it. And the reason I believe in it is because if we don't do it, Scott, I think we can say then China's going to do it, right?
Yes, sir.
If we don't do crypto, then China's going to do it. And it's just like AI. We're leading AI by a lot. And if we weren't leading, China would have led. They're very capable. They're very good. What do you have to say about that?
You've made America the digital asset capital of the world. We did the Genius Act for stable coins. Many of the people standing up here are working on the Clarity Bill to
I hope it gets done.
Market structure.
Yeah.
And we're bringing U.S. best practices to an exciting new industry, digital assets, innovation, and it spreads everywhere. So the U.S.
And do you agree that if we didn't do it, China and others would, but China would?
Oh, China would have had the lead, and then others around the world in terrible jurisdictions would have been doing it.
And on Iran, sir, can you say what your threshold military action is?
Well, I can't tell you what I'm going to do because right now, we have a tremendous force going there, just like we did in Venezuela, even bigger. And they'll be there soon. And I'd like to see a deal negotiated. I don't know that that's going to happen, but I mean, if I knew I wouldn't be able to, I wouldn't tell you. I'd be very foolish if I would tell you. But right now, we're talking to them. We're talking to Iran, and if we could work something out, that'd be great. And if we can't, probably bad things would happen.
Mr. President, on the government shutdown.
Yeah, please.
On the government shutdown, do you think there could be a resolution of this issue? And have you gotten assurances from House Republicans?
Well, I spoke with Speaker Johnson. I spoke with Leader Thune, and I think they're pretty close to a resolution. We were at 5.6% GDP, and we lost 1.5 points because of the 42-day shutdown. Think of that. We would have been at 7. Nobody ever saw a number like 7. And I think, Howard, probably 1.5 points was the number, right?
1.5 for the shutdown. Exactly right.
And it's very bad for our country. But despite that, we have the highest numbers we've ever had. We're doing well. We're going right through it. But I will say that I spoke with Senator Schumer numerous times, and I don't think they want to see a shutdown either.
Mr. President, are you going to sue Trevor Noah? Last night in a post, you alluded that something could become.
Yeah, well, he said that I spent time on Jeffrey Epstein's island. I didn't. I mean, he's a lightweight, this guy. He's a terrible. I think he's terrible. I thought he did a terrible job at the Grammys. I thought the whole Grammys was terrible. I watched part of it. It's not watchable. But he was a lousy host. I'd say not as bad as Jimmy Kimmel, but pretty close. And no, he made a statement about me and Jeffrey Epstein. I have nothing to do with that. I have nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein. And in fact, if you look at the DOJ, they announced, they released 3 million pages. It's like this is all they're supposed to be doing. And frankly, the DOJ, I think, should just say, we have other things to do, because that whole thing has turned out, other than Bill Clinton and, Bill Gates and lots of people there are a lot of questions about it, but nothing on me. But it was even sort of better than that, because they found that Jeffrey Epstein and this sleazebag writer named Michael Wolff were conspiring against Donald Trump to lose the election. So Epstein was conspiring with a writer for me to lose the election. So right there, that I had nothing to do with this guy. But yeah, it's a terrible thing. The amount of time that's being wasted. When Epstein was alive, like 10 years ago, nobody cared about it. But they're only doing it. But now it's really hitting back on them because Bill Clinton is such a big part of it. The Democrats are pushing it. And the problem is that it's turning out to be the Democrats that were with and conspired with Epstein. So I think you're probably going to see a little pullback from them. But think of it. They were working together to try and help me lose the election. But this is the army for civilian use in times of emergency. We're pleased to be joined on this occasion by General Motors CEO Mary Barra, who's setting records, huh? I hear you're doing unbelievably. 24 hours round the clock, your factories, and you're building brand new factories. Amazing. Great job, Mary. Of course, it helped that you have a president that knows what he's doing. But it's a great job. Proud of you. As well as founder and executive co-chairman of Ivanhoe Mines, Robert Friedland. Thank you, Robert. Thanks as well to Secretaries Marco Rubio, Scott Bessent, Doug Burgum, Howard Lutnick, and Export-Import Bank Chairman John Yovanovitch, along with Senator Bernie Moreno and Congressman French Hill and Bruce Westerman. Thank you all. Thank you, French. For years, American businesses have risked running out of critical minerals during market disruptions. Today, we're launching what will be known as Project Vault to ensure that American businesses and workers are never harmed by any shortage. We don't want to ever go through what we went through a year ago. Just as although it did work out, thank you. Just as we have long had a strategic petroleum reserve and a stockpile of critical minerals for national defense, we're now creating this reserve for American industry so we don't have any problems. This historic initiative will combine $10 billion in export-import bank financing with $2 billion in private sector financing, and we even expect the American taxpayer to make a profit from the interest on the loan used to start the Project Vault It's an amazing thing. They've been talking about it for years. Other presidents did a lot of talking, but they didn't do anything. Over the past year, my administration has taken extraordinary steps to make sure the United States has all of the critical minerals and rare earths that we need. We're investing in mining projects. We're expediting federal permitting. The federal permitting, and a lot of it is Lee Zeldin, who's been fantastic, but federal permitting is such a big deal. And we're doing that. The permitting of mines and signing major critical mineral deals with countries from all over the world, and we're getting along with all of them. Every one of them, they want to be in the proper position. We're working very well with countries from all over the world today. We're building on these achievements with this vital new reserve. And now I would like to ask Ex-Im Chairman John Yovanovitch to say a few words, followed by our friends from business and Congress. We'll go over that. But we have some great business leaders, the best, here today. And John, if you would start it off, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. The President gave us a very clear directive. By clear directive, it was much more of an order for us to figure out how to, for the first time in American history, create a strategic critical minerals reserve in a way that would benefit the non-military manufacturing complex. And the challenge was enormous, not simply because it had never been done before, Mr. President, but we knew that you expected us to deliver in a big way, in a way that was scalable, in a way that was designed for long-term success, and in a way that would help revitalize our domestic mining industry. But most importantly, most crucially, that it not be subsidized by American taxpayers. And so that's exactly what we've done. Mr. President, what you've announced today is a truly uniquely American solution. It brings together our capital markets, which are the best and biggest in the world, with our manufacturers, our innovators, our miners, all pitching in to make this possible. Now, these things don't happen without the best and the brightest within industry being at the table. And Mr. President, everyone wants to engage with this administration, with your administration. The key ingredient here was your call to action. Your call to action allowed us to bring together the best players in the market, sometimes the fiercest competitors, getting them to work together to come up with a creative solution. Now, in addition to our great team at the Export-Import Bank, who worked around the clock, led by Brian Greeley, Jeff Wilson, Sarah Whitten, many others, we benefited from having the biggest manufacturing CEOs, the smartest market players at the table, all looking to solve this problem. So what we have with Project Vault is marrying the capital solution with what we need when we need it most. And the best part about it is that the American taxpayer will earn a return on financing the first ever strategic critical minerals reserve in history. And we thank you, Mr. President, for allowing this to happen. All of the people around us today help make it possible. Our cabinet secretaries, our top CEOs, their teams, top market players, whether it be GM, GE Vernova, Boeing, Clarios, Google, Mercuria, especially Brian Fallick, Hartree, Traxxas, our friend Robert Friedland. All of us work together, Mr. President, to deliver this for you, and for the American people, so that manufacturers and workers all across the country can rest assured they'll have what they need when they need it most.
And you're covering everything with this. We're not just doing certain minerals and rare earths. We're doing everything.
Everything on the critical
What about
list.
magnets?
We're focused on the critical raw materials, and we anticipate that led by our great manufacturers, will help breed even more solutions.
Great job. Thank you very much. Doug Burgum, please.
Mr. President, again, I want to echo what John said, which is a great thank you to you. You've set the direction, and when you took office, you've done more in the last year for mining and minerals in our country, perhaps than any president in history. Just like drill, baby, drill, you said mine, baby, mine. And what's happened in our country is you've led us through deals with equity deals for the first time. The United States of America is driving equity deals to help sustain and balance this market. You unlocked Alaska with the Amber Road project. That opened up over 1,700 mining claims in Alaska. And of course, on beautiful clean coal, we've got critical minerals that are co-located with that coal, and we've unlocked that. The Biden administration did 0 coal leases during the last 4 years. You've done hundreds of millions of tons of coal leases. That's going to help drive electric prices down in America. Permitting, you mentioned this in your remarks. There were some permits that it's lingered for 29 years. They got done in 4 months last year under your administration. And under your emergency authorities, some of these permits got done in as short as 12 days. You helped create a club of nations to help balance out the fact that we didn't have markets that were functioning around critical minerals. You led off with Australia, Japan, Korea, Saudi Arabia, and Thailand. This week we'll announce 11 more countries that are joining that club of nations as part of this global coalition. And behind that in the pipeline, there's 20 more nations that want to join under your leadership to allow for trade of critical minerals. And then here we stand today with the teamwork that was described. This would not have been possible without the incredible cabinet that you put together. Marco Rubio, Scott Bessent, Howard Lutnick, Chris Wright, and many others were involved in bringing this together through the vision. Standing with us today are some of our chairmen of our great congressional leadership who also have supported this and helped us find a way to do this without any appropriations. This is happening without tax dollars. And of course, our team on the ground here at the White House, including David Copley and everybody else at the NSC, David leading the global supply chain work, the folks working with the Ex-Im Bank team, working around the clock to make all this happen. So again, when you lead, when you put out a challenge, the teamwork happens. And then here we stand today. This is the largest Ex-Im Bank deal in the history of the Ex-Im Bank by more than double. And this is going to help drive national security. It's great for American manufacturers. It's great for American workers. Congratulations, President Trump.
Thank you. You're doing a fantastic job, Doug. Thank you. Could I ask Mary Barra, the Chairman CEO of General Motors, which is setting records every single day, and she's doing a fantastic job, to say a few words and also discuss how good the car business is now in the U.S., please.
Well, Mr. President, I want to thank you for your commitment to strengthening U.S. manufacturing and supporting the auto industry. Also want to thank your cabinet and members of Congress and the whole team here that made this possible today. Having a resilient supply chain is critical for our nation, and it's critical for all industry, especially the auto industry. We have been strengthened with many of the different policies that have been put in place over the last year. So I want to thank everybody for that. It not only supports U.S. manufacturing, it supports job creation. It also supports the consumer. So thank you. And business is held very strong. We still see a strong consumer, so I'm excited about 2026.
I think it's going to be a record with all of your new plants opening up and everything else in our country. So in our country.
Robert,
please.
Mr. President, thank you so much for what you've achieved. Everything we touch, we either grew it agriculturally.
A budget is a series of choices. Republicans are choosing to take health care away from 17 million Americans. Republicans are choosing to take food off the plates of hardworking families, kids, and seniors.
The weather's not been very kind as of late. It's impacted many. Our work this week is very important, and we all know that to be true. What's more, we all know that our country's facing many challenges right now. I had the good fortune to have some time this weekend to read articles focused on our 250th anniversary and obstacles that were overcome to establish our great country. On a day-to-day basis, we often focus on the negative and don't put our successes in perspective. But the truth is that we need a balanced perspective. Regarding the unfortunate incidents that took place in Minneapolis recently, let me just say that violence of any kind is deeply abhorrent to me, and any death that occurs leaves a deep impression on our hearts. One can agree with that sentiment regardless where you stand on the political